How are we doing, folks? Good morning. It's a Monday. Some booster packs, some blunder picks. Let's dive into the week, shall we? Some ranked games and a bunch of resubs while we're in the loading screen. Thank you for re-upping that support, folks. I appreciate it. Martini Walsh coming in hot for 17 months. Korean, thank you for the over 2 years. MD Frost, thank you for the 19. Not Maggot, coming in hot with the 21. Cole Rath, thank you for the 1.5 years. Ooh, our blunder picks are slightly less blundery this morning. Doctors, thank you for the 5 months. Good morning, good morning. I did have a pretty good weekend. Alright, assuredly there's a 2-star in here. Well, there's a sneak peek campaign underway, yes? I do need full art Tapu Lele. No sneak peek, no Tapu Lele blunder picks off to the typical blazing start. Look at this. 3 energy, deal 70, cards cracked. Hey, Covain, thank you for the over 6.5 years and the absurdly generous tier 3. Good morning, good morning. How's the new set treating me? This is unironically the best Pokemon Pocket set to release this year. The last 2 sets fell very flat in comparison. This one was very good. Or is very good. Rare candy, giving life to a bunch of old stuff, and then a bunch of new, interesting EX Pokemon and non-EX is worth exploring. Feels nice. Oh, man. Well, that's one. That's one we're spending whatever these. I got 42 of these gamers. Mommy, come to me, mommy. Mommy! Mommy! No! I hate you blunder picks so much! No goal! Thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Dradua Doshi, thank you for the almost 5 years. Happy Monday. Lacarp, thank you for the 70 months. Just for the reference, you should put earmuffs on if you don't want to lose your sense of innocence. But which card you click on in Wonder Picks does not matter. Just so we're clear. Your which cards you're getting from Wonder Pick is decided when you load into it. It's just like picking a booster pack out of the spinner. Picking your booster pack doesn't matter. When the spinner loads, which cards you're opening are locked in. I assume it has to be different for sneak peek things, but for game disconnect reasons, there's no reason for them to change it on the other ones. Not all your picks are sneak peeks. In fact, you could literally go back if you're just joining us. I just did 2 back-to-back picks with no sneak peek. Just so we're clear. How's Pocket? Pocket's very reasonable. I think Pocket is one of the best fast traditional card games I've ever played. Why does sneak peek only work half the time? Because this entire application outside of the gameplay is designed to be a slot machine Skinner box with variants and occasionally generating dopamine. So, by not guaranteeing the sneak peek, you get to feel excited when the sneak peek pops up at the start as opposed to just expecting it to be there. It's all about the gambling. I believe we left off... I would say we left off at Ultra 4 last week, but I actually played a couple of games over the weekend and flipped a bunch of tails on Serena and then promptly deleted the deck. So I'm slightly under Ultra 4 now. Where are we starting? I think I'm starting with this. Let's throw this up on the screen for half a second. I think this looks like a hoot and a holler. So this is in the... We're gonna play some decks from the new decks roundup this morning. We've got Oricorio, Greninja, Wigglytuff. No Wishy-Washy. We played Wishy-Washy last week, and I'm very confident it's terrible, so... I do not intend to wishy or washy today. Do not need to experience more of that. There's my Demon Bird. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Fire Energy Magnezone. Oh, are they Ninetales Magnezone? Oh, was Spraggles hyping the washi? He's not gonna... History's not gonna be kind to that tick. 0% history looks favorably on that one after the fact. Oh, Magnezone Incineroar. Okay, so they're playing the zone to try and explicitly stop this from ruining their day then. Almost assuredly. Okay, with them hitting no evolution on this, we should be in a really good spot with all of our evolutions teed up here. Because I get to go ahead and zip them here. And then the Greninja cleans it out. No, there were no Passimidian decks this past weekend. Zero results for that one. We'll probably brew with him at some point, but I don't have it on the docket in the short term. Well, I think we're pretty happy to just, like, pick up our knockout points and spread some damage around here, yeah? Any deck submissions today? Nah, I'm pretty unlikely to take deck submissions until after we're at Masters. The types of decks people want to pay me money to play tend to be Hot Dog Water. Rad for life forever. Thank you for the almost 7 years and the absurdly generous tier 3. I appreciate that incredible 10 year of support. Welcome back. Oh, you know, I wonder if maybe I'm supposed to burn the Cyrus hurting this. Could be a possibility. Oh, they're just swapping it out. I mean, that seems good for me, yeah? Wait, Incineroar has a retreat cost of 2? Do I just yank this up? I guess that means they can still attack with this. Nah, I think we just don't get cute. And I think it's just Shuriken, the Litten take up our second guaranteed point. Oricorio smacks this. And then we go Water Shuriken smack, and then we finish with this on the following turn. Hey Jeff, do you know why some of the grass decks in your meta video had one regular cape and one leaf cape? A lot of gamers learned this weekend that week 1 decks usually often have card availability issues. So the reason why deck lists in the meta report that came straight from tournaments weren't playing optimal cards is because it was week 1 and not everybody can spend $200 before a tournament opening loot boxes. Oh, I guess we are just cooked to a bunch of copies of Lily here, huh? I guess they need one more here, yeah? Was it anybody relic of the ancient past and remember paying $10 for copies of Forbidden Alchemy at a week 1 tournament? Because everybody needed copies of that card. The old hat Magic the Gathering players in the audience. I remember. The possibility of this maybe makes pulling the Incineroar up more aggressively appealing. Although this is incredible for us, obviously. If they don't have another heal here, they're dead to the Cyrus. Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure we made the right decision here, but it's definitely working out for us. If they had another heal, we could have been in trouble. Clean. Remember when they allowed proxies of Nexus of Fate at the Pro Tour because it was so scarce? I don't believe the proxy Nexus of Fate were because they were scarce. I'm pretty sure the proxy Nexus of Fates were because they were only available in foil and the foils were warped, so they were marked. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't because of availability issues. It was because of low print quality and them only being available. It was only available because of that. That's so funny. What's he typing so fast? I feel like I gotta know, are you a zoomer when you ask what's he's typing so fast? Because I feel like when I look at other people in my generation, the rate I type at is just like decidedly average, but I watch the children try to type, and the children seem to type like the children type like my parents. It's very depressing, to be honest. We need more Mavis Beacon and some more Type Racer for the children. It's all swipe typing today. Listen, back in my day, you sent your text messages with a T9 keyboard. You had to push the button 3 times to get to some letters you wanted to write down. It's just how it was, and we liked it. We hated it. That's why we changed it. Ooh. Baby frog. Some people were so fast at the T9. I was one of the youth who could text message on a T9 without looking at it. A fellow Oricorio enjoyer here from our opponent. All right, if they don't have an evolution here, can I play this out? Or do I wait? Do I want the ability to put a Wiggly here? I might want the ability to put a Wiggly here. I'm gonna vibe on my last bench slot. Okay, that's not a Dragonair, but it's oh, they're going right to Dragonite? But they're still 2 turns off of attacking, yeah? Or are we gonna get Dawned? Oh my goodness, they could Dawn and murder us next turn, yes? Matthias, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate that. Oh, should we Cyrus the Tina? I don't think Cyrusing the Tina does anything because the Tina has energy. The Tina has energy to retreat on it. So I need like, I get that Dawn is bad for us, but playing around the Dawn by auto losing to the Dragonite just isn't a good play. Like, we need to kill the Dragonite to win this game. Speaking of, I've now messed up here as I'm sitting here talking with chat and not counting. All right, they have enough healing that it probably doesn't matter. Has the opponent cracked the Dragonite code? If by crack the Dragonite code you mean they queued into someone playing a slow deck that's probably bad, then yes. While also having their Dragonite and perfect energy on curve. Dragonite as a card has always been somewhat serviceable if you could just kill them for free. They also had, what, 70 points of healing here? This card's always been very good when it comes together and it cooperates. So, like, you know, if they have a good spread here, they got us. If they don't have a good spread here, they might still lose. It's a pretty decent spread. Dead to a Cyrus or a Sabrina here. They have Rare Candy into second Dragonite. Dragonite's real good when it draws like this, gamers. Thank you? I think... I guess that's worse for me, question mark. I'm losing this race, yeah? Are we just dead? Needed a Greninja there. If we hit Ninja, we could have cleared them in 2, but without the Greninja. No, do we even clear them in 2? Because it's only 70, right? And that's kinda how I expect this type of deck to go. Oh yeah, with Cyrus Greninja, the Oricorio would have been good. Is basically, I expect this will be the problem with these Oricorio decks, is that your everything else matchup is gonna be a little bit scuffed. And even Pocket's like worst, least diverse metagames are still 50+% everything else a lot of the time. The Topper, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. D Nice, thank you for the 1/4 of a year. Definitely leading Oricorio into Fire Energy. And this is, you know, exactly the idea of this deck. We have Oricorio as a lead, and then Wigglytuff can heal the damage that Incineroar's Burn manages to deal. Or that Darkrai chip shots manage to deal. And then Oricorio could just have free reign to run them down. Hey, Fredzilla, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps more people, the content reach some more people. Unironically, do I just not attack? Well, I guess I'm not going to have the option to attack, so I don't even have to think about that much. We get to go ahead and heal our friends here. Stare into Big Bird, and Wigglytuff stares back. And then it's just like, we get to sit here while they stare at our bird and heal it while the Greninja puts water shurikens in, yeah? Alright, heal. We put the energy here to give us flexibility to attack with either of them next turn. And now they have to go into the big one, otherwise they die to the Greninja, yeah? I've been cruising through Ultra 3 with Passimidian, Lucario. I think we all wrote off Passimidian too early. Speak for yourself. I've played 0 games with the card, and I've said multiple times it's probably fine. I think in general, people tend to underrate cards that facilitate extra energy, and Passimidian is a card that in a sideways manner facilitates extra energy. So I'm definitely singing the song of my people. I think I'm pivoting the Oricorio out here, right? I think we throw them a Faruki to eat. Like, there you go. Enjoy your knockout point. In front of any good ninja is a great distraction, mood. And this even clears up a slot for us to put a second soulless monster on the bench. Okay, and then playing that out, I think means they're fully cooked at this point. Because I get to go heal, Shuriken, Cyrus, and then take our first point, and then they're probably left with just this Incineroar. Man, is our channel gonna get flagged for bullying on Twitch? Definitely feels like we're bullying. Good night. Any reason to not play Sing Jigglytuff? Yeah, one of the most popular decks in the tournament roundup was a deck playing Skarmory. So I'd rather be able to have my Jigglypuff take a hit for 50 and retreat it out. Ideally, you're never attacking with Jigglypuff anyways. You also get to flex the shinies, is true, but the tactical reason is 60 versus 50 is super relevant. Is the opponent gonna make us play this out? Listen, chat. They were told to never give up, never surrender by someone profusely sweating one time. And they'll be damned if they're not gonna waste their time and mine and everybody else's grinding this into oblivion. Maybe the second Wigglytuff will make him wake up. Wake up! I'm about to sing a little song now. Gonna heal up my little bird now. Put a shuriken into the cat now. Is there any downside to zapping them? I don't think so. We heal 40 per turn. Let's make sure we clean them out next turn. Rune Phoenix, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. D Philly! Play into all the outs with the 108-month resubscription. Thank you for the 9 years? I think that's 9 years. It's a long time. You know what else was a long time, chat? How long it took my opponent to figure out they were dead that game. Good night, gamer. Look at us, Ultra 4 for the 10th time this season. Someone said, I've missed all the good cards. What cards should I be targeting in Wonder Picks? I think it's adorable that you just talked about Wonder Picks like you had some kind of control over what you were going to get out of them and see. Also, I'm gonna be, Mr. City, thank you for the 21 months. I'm gonna be political for a moment, so maybe earmuffs if you're a raging fascist, or just leave. But we had an angry social post last night that kind of has the potential to impact what I do and what we all enjoy. So those who missed it, Trump announced he's gonna be tariffing movies coming into the United States from other places, which is a move to tariff services, which is only a stone's throw away from trying to apply tariffs to games and digital goods, right? How would that even work? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that currently no one, not even Trump, knows how tariffing a movie is gonna work. But I also expect that there's people that are going to try and figure it out. And there's definitely a very short jump from we're tariffing a movie to we're tariffing a Steam purchase or an Apple or Google Play Store purchase for that go to companies outside of the United States. It's gonna be a ride, gamers. Yeah, are they gonna, maybe they'll tariff, I don't, what could they tariff on Twitch? I don't know. We are going second. They are leading Dark Energy. I think we put Jigglypuff up front and Frog in the back. We're gonna need a Demon Bird ASAP, gamers. Ooh, they're not just Tina. Cool. This is actually terrifying because if they have the combo, Crobat threatens to deal 80 on the next turn. It can attack for 50 and it can trigger for 30. Okay. Okay, we're cooking, gamers. We're cooking. How to do this. And I think I actually put my first energy on the Jigglypuff here with the Wigglytuff in hand. And we're just gonna let this Jiggly take one for the team. And then we'll do this. Demartis, thank you for the 28 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. This is relatively neutral. My hand could get better, but it could get worse. Losing the Wiggly's a little sad. JK, LOL. So I'm definitely doing this, and I have to think about where I'm putting my energy this turn. Because I could cape this Jiggly to leave it in and not let it get knocked out next turn, assuming they don't have Crobat plus Arceus, which would be 2 cards. I'm kind of into that, I think. I think it's cape this rollout. And then next turn, we'll heal and pivot to the Wiggly and start smacking for 50. Oh, I forgot about Darkrai. Yeah, I totally forgot about Darkrai. I think we're cooked, gamers. Honestly, even without that mistake, we're probably cooked. They don't have Crobat. Maybe we have a chance. Now, I obviously shouldn't have put the cape on. But without them having Crobat here, this does mean that if I top deck Greninja, we can clear this. On Luki. And now, unfortunately, if they find Crobat next turn, they'll actually get to clear this Wiggly. I guess if they miss on Crobat for one more turn, I have one more turn to draw Greninja. We have 2 big frogs and a research and 9 cards. The cape let us not die to Darkrai plus Crobat ability. Yeah, but I think if they had Crobat, we were going to be too far gone regardless, so. If we could clear this bat out, the Oricorio could run them over. Hey, Greninja would have been our best draw there. How are viewer numbers for Pokemon versus Snap and Twitch and YouTube? Marvel Snap does better on Twitch. Pocket does a bit better on YouTube. But the asterisk there is the YouTube audience for Pocket falls off relatively quickly after a set release, which is why I stream a bunch of Pocket until the viewer numbers start to fall off, and then we do more Snap. So basically what I'm saying is if you're someone that enjoys Pokemon Pocket, you should make sure you keep showing up, because the more of you that show up, the more Pocket we will do. Astronaut, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm currently enjoying the gameplay in both Marvel Snap and Pocket. And while that is the case, I will favor whichever one has better metrics, because the metrics tend to ebb and flow for both. Yes, without the Jigglies, without the Wigglies, and no Greninja insight, we're probably in a little bit of trouble here. Our hand is really bad at the moment. I'm dead to Rare Candy Crobat no matter how I slice it. I think I just burned this now, so that way if I top deck the second, it can be lethal at any point. I really just need to get this game over with ASAP. I think our opponent is definitely a favorite from here. Yep. All right, gamers, we're gonna give this one a little bit more of a try when we return, but we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll so they don't happen over the top of gameplay. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be playing Pocket all morning. If you're watching on the YouTube side, speaking of, consider to hit the like button on the live stream. You enjoy having me here doing Pocket stuff during the week. That like button, it's a free way for you to help it with a little bit of engagement grow so it can be a sustainable part of my content cycle. Appreciate the folks that did that already. The new Snap economy is interesting is that I think just buying cards is the best strategy, which gets rid of the loot box fun. I mean, yeah, if you're not a big spender or even a medium spender, just buying the cards you want is always correct. Do you know what else you're gonna try out today? What did I load up? I loaded up this. I loaded up this. I loaded up Chatot Fossils. I loaded up Carnivine Crobat and a variation of the Banette deck that did well. I gotta admit though, the more I play with Oricorio as a card, the less impressed by it I am. What kind of music have you been listening to lately? So, lately makes that question a little bit leading and comes with the implication that I'm not still just listening to all the same terrible music I've been listening to since 2007. Imagine thinking there's been music released in the last 2 decades. Narrator, there has not been. 2003. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know exactly when most of the music I listened to released. When did Paramore release their first album? 2005. Yeah, 2007 is probably accurate. Paramore was 2005. Fooder Mac, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh no, Paramore's first album is almost old enough to drink. Oh, I didn't need to know that this morning. That's so terrible. Have you showcased a Luna Latina deck? I have, yeah. It was Saturday morning's highlight. You should make sure you ring the bell on the channel so you get lots of notifications so you don't miss anything that we post. Opponent's got some EXs. I've got a frog and hopefully a demon chicken. Oh, you know what? Okay, we drew the demon chicken, but this Pokeball sequencing was wrong, especially once I draw the Frogadier. I want to research before I Pokeball because the only thing I really want to draw at this point is demon chicken. And if demon chicken is the only thing I want to maximize my chance of getting it by researching to find basics before we Pokeball. And this is actually an interesting catch-22 that the opponent's now in. If they evolve the Charmander to Charizard, they get brick-walled by the bird, and if they don't evolve it, the Greninja threatens to clear them out. It's a darn shame I don't have Wiggly to heal this, because Osiris is going to get to abduct our frog. You're a turd late, little Jiggly. What do we think of waiting a turn to put the Greninja out to see if they have a Cyrus? I think I like waiting. I think I like waiting. I know I'm not in a huge rush to get to that 20 damage, right? Yeah, and if they Cyrus this, I could always rare candy onto this one too. Okay, and now well, I'm definitely doing this. And we're definitely doing this. Do I pick up a knockout on one of these back ones now? I think so. I think so. Or do I threaten to clear this in two? I think I want to take my first guaranteed point. I think I want to cut off their out of having the ability to burn me. I also think there's probably not a wrong way to eat this Rhesus, and most roads are leading towards Rome, I would wager, but we can at least like think through and not throw a game that's, you know, we're 95 or 99% in. Stare into the void, and the void stares back. If you like taking game actions, this seems like an excellent deck for doing that. Got a lot of game actions, gamers. The Arceus Crobat deck that you posted feels really well-rounded. Been finding great success with it. Yeah, I've had a few people say that one's been good for them. I like that one a lot, too. Elima's a fun card. Allow me to sing you the song of my people. Oh my goodness! I have two Greninjas now. Look at all these game actions. Just as like a general reminder for people that are going to play into this matchup, like, the ladder is about playing more games. So, like, when you get into a game like this where you're 0%, but it's going to take me 3 or 4 turns to beat you, you should leave for ladder efficiency's sake. That being said, they just timed out there, so I assume we probably just need a wellness check on their phone. MS, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. This is almost assuredly a peak sodium farming deck. Has there been a more polarizing matchup than this in the Hitmonlee Magic Companies? There is not. Which is probably why, if you missed it, in my new decks roundup today, we highlighted Incineroar and Infernape variations that were playing Turtonator as an extra Pokemon line. I would assume explicitly to cook yellow chickens. I mean, Conquest tokens and tickets are just turning into boosters that are mostly worthless anyways. Alright, what type of bee is in my future? Communicating on one. You think they're digging for another basic? It's the only reason you should communicate on one here. I think I put the energy here just in case this eats into a rare candy Beedrill this turn. Allow me to sing you the song of my people. I'm not playing this other Jigglypuff out yet because not only do I not have another Wiggly, but they could be an EX Beedrill deck, in which case I want space for an Autocoreo on the bench. Yep. All right, little chicken. To me, little chicken, to me. Ooh, this could be a chicken and a daddy frog. I will play this other poof out now since we have space for Oricorio. Someone on the YouTube chat said, your opponent is stream sniping. So I really want to make it clear that in a minimal stakes online setting like Pokemon Pocket, 99 times out of 100, a content creator's opponent is not stream sniping them. And almost every time you hear a content creator accuse their opponent of stream sniping, myself included, we don't actually think they're sniping. We're just being a salty little turd because we're losing a variance-based game. And it's easier to blame it on my opponent had an unfair advantage than I got outplayed or I got unlucky. Almost all situations, they're not actually being sniped. Ooh, baby Beedrill. Yep. I think we're in trouble, gamers. They have a baby here too. I like this. We had played Beedrill Zarina, and we've been playing a split of baby, and big. I think that's very smart. I think I need to murder Big Beedrill. Do I? I'm definitely doing this. I think I want to murder it before they can heal it. I don't have a chicken in sight. What about during tournaments? Most people aren't streaming their games without a delay inside of tournaments that have meaningful prizes. Okay, with that knockout, one, we need to dodge Sabrina, obviously. But two, if we can top deck our other Wiggly, Cape keeps Greninja alive for an extra turn. No, I don't, it is wrong to Cape to play around Sabrina here. Because my only sequence to actually win this game involves drawing Wiggly and having Greninja live with Cape. So this is a spot where we live for an extra turn by caping, but I don't think I have outs to actually win the game anymore if I play the cape. Sleepy Jiggly could get us out of binds like that. Sure, and then you'll lose other games on the spot turn 1 because you led on Sleepy Jiggly and your opponent's Skarmory or Carnivined you. Always leading Lightning Chicken against Fire Energy. This probably doesn't bode well for this deck overall, but I actually don't think we've won a match that didn't involve Stage 2 Fire Pokemon so far this morning. We're up points on the day, because there are a lot of Stage 2 Fire decks on the ladder right now, but I believe that's the only matchup we've won so far. To our deck's credit, we also haven't played against Darkrai Giratina yet either, which is the other deck that this preys on. So like, I don't think you're purely a one-trick, but our everything else matchup has not seemed particularly impressive so far. Man, this is a hint. Chicken lead, Lightning Energy, Candy Greninja. Thanks for the 2 months, Pete. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Yeah, I would bet this deck is good into Solgaleo too, in part because we're playing 60 HP Jigglypuff, but we haven't hit that matchup either. This archetype has actually been the most popular we've queued into, which doesn't surprise me. Charizard's such a huge fan favorite Pokemon, and they're actually just dead, right? Like the game is over. We're gonna clear this. We're gonna clear the Litten this turn, and then pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Yeah, we have had some close losses, is fair. We had a couple of variants, but a little bit better in our favor. We would have won them. Gosh, turn 2 Greninja is so gross. Zoop. Good night. Did you switch to 60 HP Jiggly from the version you had on YouTube? There were a bunch of variations of this deck playing all mixes of Jigglypuffs this weekend. I would rather have a higher HP lead rather than flip coins on Sleepy Time. Again, ideally your Jigglypuff is never attacking anyways, so it's mostly moot. It's definitely a good morning to be throwing water on the flames. Although our hand's pretty mediocre here, huh? Chicken can quickly change that, though. These are not the chicken I'm looking for. Alright, they need to evolve here, or Froakie with weakness does clean out Charmander. I guess I could have a cape as well. What would you think of cutting a trainer for a Jigglypuff EX as a semi-powerful finisher? I like that you put semi-powerful in there. Poor Jiggly EX just really ain't what it used to be. I mean, if I draw Greninja, I'm gonna get to Rare Candy it anyway, so I might as well Frogadair here and get my extra 20 points of damage in. Greninja's actually lethal next turn if they don't heal. Narrator, they always heal. Yellow chicken! To me, yellow chicken! Yellow chicken, to me! Yellow chicken, your people need you! Unlucky. This is why they're 90% matchups and not 100% matchups. Would you shake a donation to help me tune Venusaur this week? Maybe. Something I don't think I'd mind working on. Not today. Let's say, tomorrow. I'd be up to take that one tomorrow. I think I want to play Dextrum, the new Dex Roundup today. I'd take a Venusaur submission tomorrow. We're gonna start on Pocket today and tomorrow. I wonder if Butterfree isn't embarrassing with Rare Candy. I just can't imagine that Butterfree is more compelling to play than Wigglytuff. Is 50 the max level? It is the max level, which is really annoying and frustrating as a pay-to-play player. I literally haven't been getting experience from playing games or opening booster packs for over half the time that Pockets existed. And it's incredibly short-sighted and stupid on Dina's part that they haven't arbitrarily increased that number to some astronomical amount of experience required to level up, so that way people who actually spend money on their game can keep getting the nominal rewards and feel good about it. It's so weird because unless and maybe their code base is an absolute disaster, and for some reason it's not just make a couple of numbers bigger. You know, never judge a code base you haven't seen. But like, it's really short-sighted to not prioritize features like that make people who spend money to support your game feel a bit better about doing so. And yet, anytime you have a system design like that explicitly feels punishing to the people who pay you money, it's baffling design in a game like this. Foxy, speaking of people that pay you money, thanks for sending me some of Jeffrey Bezos' money again. I appreciate the 10 months. The Pete coming in hot for the second month. Appreciate you re-upping that Prime. There is definitely a very real possibility their code base is just spaghetti and they can't just increase the numbers. You are correct. But it also is pretty short-sighted design in general that they made it so you could hit the level 50 cap in like I think I hit it during the Mythical Island expansion, if I recall correctly. It was forever ago at this point. So the people in chat that are commenting the level cap will eventually impact everyone. You are technically correct, gamers. However, it impacts people who pay money to play the game significantly sooner. Do I play around a copy of Leaf here? Yeah, I think so. Put this up and just chill. So now we just wait for a candy. And while we wait for a candy, the bird stares them down. When you stare into the abyss stares back. We're hoping we get to Greninja before they get to Crobat here, essentially. This is the game plan. Or we get to a lightning energy, I suppose, would also be nice. Oh my goodness, are they not playing Crobat? Oh my goodness, I think they might not be. They're just cooked, yeah? No, they could eventually Cyrus this Wiggly. They could eventually Cyrus this Wiggly. But I guess this just keeps healing off of this one if I don't attack into the Rocky helmets, right? Like I'm pretty sure we just vibe for a while. I do this to play around Mars. They blocked it. I think they're not playing Crobat. I don't think they play this card out if they have access to Crobat. Got him. All right, we do need to draw a second chicken to beat a flurry of Sabrinas. It's guaranteed to be a second chicken, yeah. I believe second chicken means they're well done. I believe this is the hard lock, so long as I don't make a terrible mistake. I think they're supposed to put up the one with the poison on it, right? Why don't these players quit? Because they can't think out the game 10 turns in advance to see where it ends. This is what we refer to as garbage time, where it's gonna take me, I don't know, 10 turns to win this game, but unless I get disconnected from my internet or something, we're 100% to win. This is a stalemate. No, it's not. I'm gonna put a Greninja out and the Greninja's gonna kill them. Cyrus, two Cyruses, lets my chicken kill the Darkrai, and then my Greninja puts 5 Shurikens into the Arceus and they lose. The Barb makes us retreat back and forth. It doesn't. I'm just not gonna attack with the Oricorio into Barbs or helmets, chat. You literally just don't attack into the Barbs or the helmets. This is not complicated. Maybe for some folks it's complicated. That's why people are staying here. Okay, so this is turn 15. So I need 5 turns to clear this out, yeah? With the Greninja, and then we'll get a couple of attacks in with this. Actually, I might zap this one once. Because I can get one attack in here. Well, so the thing to be aware of is that every time I attack here, every time I attack with the Oricorio, I'm going to effectively be subtracting 20 HP off of it. Because I'm taking 20 per turn from this, and then I take 20 here, and I'm only healing 20. But that's fine. It's not a big deal. It's going to be a long game with the opponent being a bitter pillar of sodium, yes. The turn timers in this game are incredibly too long, and there's absolutely no reason each player's individual clock should be 20 minutes. I have no intention to leave this game, gamers. Yeah, they didn't just close the app, chat. They are here intentionally, explicitly running the clock down because they are bitter about their lot in life and their position in this game. Oh my goodness, they have Ilima. Maybe they can draw. So this is the thing though, right? Like if they have Ilima to stall here, they should just be playing the game and we could legitimately hit a draw. Like there's no reason to run the timer out if they could actually draw it. What a just, like, trash human being. How much time do they have left? Unfortunately, and this is another reason why the turn timer is far too long. Unfortunately, the game's gonna draw at 30 turns before they ever run out of time. Yes, they are intentionally running down the clock almost entirely every turn because they are bitter. So for people that haven't seen it, there is a hard turn limit in this game. So at 30, after 30 turns, the game is a draw. Regardless of if one player was going to be able to win. Which again, it makes it extra absurd that there's 20-minute individual turn timers. Because if you're going to have the game force draw after that, like, you're never going to hit the 20-minute timer. Yeah, I agree, Vespa. The game should only auto-draw after a certain amount of no points taken or something like that. It shouldn't just be after a set number, but set number is easier, lazier programming, which is like the status quo for most things in this game. They're so salty. Alright, so we're gonna keep tapping. Actually, I think I double tap the Darkrai here at this point, yeah? And we save the Cyrus to be able to fish something else back up later. I think we'll let this get poisoned and then we'll truffle shuffle the chickens. Do they have a second Ilima is the next question here. They do not. Okay, cool. So this is turn 22. So they're not even gonna get the draw then. We go heal. I go here. I retreat this to the other chicken. I shuriken this one. We clean it out. I hope they feel satisfied, because I certainly do. All right, believe it or not, that one ran long enough that we need to take an ad break or they're going to happen during the next game. So I'm going to throw our premium salt mining machine up here on the screen for folks who are just joining us. I think we're going to play one more segment with this one because I want to get a few more games in with it. Then we're going to kick on over to our next deck. We're going to be playing decks from the new decks roundup from things that spike tournaments this weekend all day. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the almost 250 folks that have done that already today. This deck very uniquely dumpsters Darkrai. So like I talked about in the meta report, the Oricorio Magnezone deck actually doesn't have that good of a Darkrai matchup because of helmets and chip shots. But this build playing the Wigglytuff actually has a good one because you get around those. I have not played any Vikavolt yet. We'll probably do that at some point. There's still, honestly, I mean, and it's refreshing unlike the last pack, there's still a ton of things to explore in this pack almost a week later. By the way, for the people who are real Jeff Hoagland fans, Corn Dog, thank you for the third of a year. What did we think of the special thing at the end of the new decks roundup this morning? I think I might leave that in at the end of that series permanently. Prosta, thank you for the 5 months. I think you didn't get paid enough for that last game. Appreciate it. Can we get a Terrafon roping next? Listen, they're terrafing the movies. Assuredly, roping comes up next. The general answer to all of the questions that are, Jeff, do you plan to build a deck around card XYZ is yes. There's just only so many hours in the day, my dearest schemers. Sloth, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Turn Ferguson, thanks for the 2 years. Spell check the wording next time. Did my editor still have typos in it? I don't believe English is their first language, and I thought I caught the issues on it, but there might still be. I'll double check it. Sample was typoed. Got it. Ooh, piece of candy. Piece of candy. Silver Oak, thank you for the 45 months. Welcome back. Full disclosure, I finished recording that at like 11:30 last night and then woke up at 6 a.m. and did a quick proof and uploaded and posted it this morning before going live, so new set releases definitely burn the midnight oil timing. Nitsu, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Gamer. Gamer. Much faster game than the last one, huh? Do not tell Scotty chat, they are unaware. P-side, thanks for the 17 months. Welcome back. All right, after rubber banding a bunch, we're finally climbing. Elias, thank you for the 5 months. Good morning, good morning. Right, I think this is actually the first Metal Energy we've played against in 90 minutes this morning. Rhinestone, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. We will need to maneuver around this a little bit. Although I suppose one zap plus a shuriken does clean them out. Thoughts on Crobat, Arceus, Snorlax? I think it's hard to play Stage 2s and Berry and Snorlax. It's just a lot of moving parts. Alright, I really need a baby frog this turn, chat. 50%. With that draw, honestly, I think our opponent is cooked. Especially with the second Oricorio behind it. Actually, with them having the cape here, I'm only dealing 90. Do I give up the lead Oricorio? I think I might want to give up the lead Oricorio. Weakness. Yeah, we do 70 plus 20 gamers. It's worse into Sabrina. But at the same time, Cape Candy Greninja could live one Solgaleo hit, so I think that's probably fine. I had the first company send me a quote for repairing the water damage in my upstairs. And they sent me a $9,000 estimate for the work. And when I asked if they could itemize it for me, like what they were charging for what in that estimate, they told me this. I'm gonna read the quote. We don't pick out items versus what we do for the homeowner. We do the entire job or none of it. And I was like, all right, well, none of it is. Just have a little faith, Hogland. Yes, if a company won't itemize, they are certainly ripping you off, is correct. Ooh, Wiggly is lovely. Now we get to go Energy, Shuriken, and then clear for 70. Does the second Oricorio mean they're still dead? Yeah, I think we're ahead here. Usually these decks only have 2 Skarmory, so they'll hit me. Ooh, the extra points here could matter. So how does this work out now? So I'm definitely doing this. So the thing I'm trying to puzzle out here is, can I play this game in a way that has me not die to Sabrina? Is the thing I'm pausing to think about here. Because I think that's worth pausing to think about. So I could clear this with Greninja, but then I put Oricorio up and the Wiggly dies to Sabrina. So I think the line to not die to just Sabrina here is Energy the Wiggly and then retreat to it. And then we'll take this knockout with the Wiggly next turn is the plan. Oh, do we just survive the Barb? I guess we do, and then I could retreat it next turn. Yeah, that's the better line, because now this loses to Cyrus. Yeah, that's totally the line. That's a great catch. You're right. We were only going to 10. So we're supposed to take the knockout with the Oricorio, and then they likely have no more basics, then we can heal it and retreat it out to get the poison off of it. And then from there, we still have the Greninja with the 140 on the bench after the Solgaleo kills the Wiggly. Would it have been lose 10 per turn and then heal 20? The poison goes every turn, cycle gamers, so it's 20 per turn. But we went up to 30, so we would have still survived because of the Wiggly. Yeah, I messed that up. Opponent played that well. I think we're Pokeballing. I think I'm researching first. I really want a Baby Froggy and a Wiggly here. What is the most consistent deck you've seen in the metagame so far? Darkrai Giratina is the most consistent deck by a wide margin. That's why it's good. Decks playing evolution Pokemon are more powerful with the addition of Rare Candy to the game, but they're still inconsistent. Can you explain Wigglytuff in this list? Yeah, against a number of EX decks, there's things like Rocky Helmets and Burn and Darkrai Chipshot damage that Wigglytuff heals off of your Oricorio, allowing it to actually block your opponent out of the game. Vibin' in the Void, thanks for the quarter of a year, welcome back. You know what's insane? My opponent has flipped 5 tails in a row, and I'm still not sure we can win this game. Like, I unironically feel desperately, incredibly behind. They're playing Pokemon Center Lady in addition to Erica. That's wild. Yeah, I think we're just dead. I think I've got 7 more rank points for this deck to lose, but if I'm being honest, my opinion of Oricorio kind of continues to be the card seems kind of whelming overall. It's an obvious like pressure point release, and it has some matchups that are like pretty polarizingly favorable for it, but overall, I'd really be kind of surprised if the metagame ends up getting narrow enough that Oricorio can really take over anything. It feels like it's so easy. It's so easy for other things to just pop up and be like, yeah, this isn't a big deal. My experience playing against Oricorio decks that they haven't been particularly impressive either. Oh no, not my 4-card hand into a 3-card hand. That's so funny. I just can't believe people are playing this card. Jay Shed, thank you for the 41 months. Welcome back. It's so funny to me. Alright, Wigglytuff. Unlucky. Oh, it wasn't my chicken either. Sad. If they have Candy Goldbat, or Candy Crobat, we'll get in trouble here. I want to pressure this, I think. Great wiggly biggly. Ooh, punished for not playing the Froakie out last turn. Mistakes were made. Okay, put some damages into Darkrai here. Elima is so good. Alright, so the plan here is Cyrus the Zubat and then find a chicken to kill the rest of them. Did you and Spraggles host a tournament for this set? We did not. Unfortunately, the metrics for tournaments are not really meaningfully better than me just playing regular games, and they're a lot more work to put together, so just ends up not being a worthwhile endeavor. Alright, so in theory, Greninja lives through this hit, and then ideally we have a Lightning Energy underneath this. Yeah, that's true. Top deck Greninja kills the Darkrai next turn. We have two frogs in our research of the deck and 9 cards. I have not played any Staraptor yet. There's a whole laundry list of stage 2s I still want to get around to playing that I haven't had a chance to. Keldred. What a nice resub. Thank you for the 69 months. Appreciate that. Oh, the lack of what's it called is sad. If I give up this Greninja knockout, I lose to Sabrina next turn if I leave it in. But Cyrus gets me otherwise. And the Oricorio doesn't necessarily do well against Zubat. So we're definitely Water Shuriken, so let's do that so we're not on the clock. They're definitely a Cyrus deck. They just often have Sabrina as well. I think this is the play to win line, but we do just lose outright to Sabrina next turn now. If they don't have Sabrina and we hit the 3 out of 8, or sorry, 2 out of 8, there's only one Greninja left. I said 3 out of 9 last time. There's only one Greninja left. If we hit the 2 out of 8 to hit the other Greninja next turn, we can win the game. Don't you lose to their attack. Oricorio doesn't take damage from EXs, so they have to have the Sabrina to force the Frogadier up. If they win this game, it's definitely because of the Ilima they had early. It tempoed so much damage off their card. The Arceus Crobat decks have looked really solid. I think they're sweet. 25%. Alright, well that makes us relatively decent against a Sabrina at least now. We just need to continue dodging Crobat for Candy. Hey, Gaben, thanks for hanging out. Good to have you here. Yes, we died a Candy Bat here. But at the same time, if they don't have Candy Bat, yeah, they have to leave, which is great for us, obviously. Okay, and there's a Jigglypuff. We're not hitting our outs to win the game on this spot, but their outs are shrinking now. Dead to Leaf. Dead to Ilima. Oh, come on. Am I supposed to retreat this? Does retreating this play around anything? Does retreating this play around anything? 60 is 60 versus 70. It does not beat Leaf. Leaf and X speed still kill us because this does. They have 100 from non-EXs. I don't think retreating changes the dynamic. We're still dead to Alima. We're still dead to Leaf. We're still dead to X speed. They didn't have it last turn. Wait, they can brick for one more turn. Just Cyrus Darkrai. We drew the Cyrus off of Research Gamers, if you're just joining us. Really close game. They kind of derped you not using Darkrai. If they didn't use Darkrai, if they used Darkrai, they couldn't retreat to Arceus and they lost on the spot. Average chat comment accusing my opponent of making a mistake when their suggested line leaves them dead on board. Alright, we've been playing this one for almost 2 hours now, so I think we're gonna go ahead and slide along. We finished up a small amount of points. But if I'm being honest, I was kind of whelmed by this deck by the end of it. It obviously has a polarizingly good matchup into the Charizard and Incineroar decks, but honestly, the Darkrai matchups and even the Solgaleo matchup felt really close in what should probably be a slam dunk if you're gonna play this. And then the various miscellaneous grass decks felt pretty challenging as well. All right, I'm gonna take an ad roll so they don't happen over the middle of games. And then when we get back, we're gonna try a different deck from the tournaments this weekend. Let's do this, shall we? I think this is an old-time favorite that has been tried in the past that got 2 really solid upgrades in Lily and Rare Candy. So when we get back, we're gonna jump into some Chatot fossils. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps my content reach some more people. I do really enjoy Pokemon Pocket, and that's a great way you can help me make it a sustainable, regular part of my content cycle. I saw someone running this, but with Aerodactyl. Yeah, that was in the Dex Roundup today, too. Now I have to trade for Kabuto. Probably wait and see how good or bad this does. Old Man Ace, thank you for the 2.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. The Beast, coming in hot with the brand new primer. Appreciate you helping us push us up towards our sub goal, folks. Ackberry, coming in hot for the 14 months. Gene Mutation, thanks for the 16 months. Didn't realize fossils worked with Rare Candy. When fossils are in play, they count as a basic Pokemon in every way, shape, or form. Is the immersive or the full art Lily better? Matching Lilies are ideal, so I have 1 full art and 2 immersives, so when we're playing 2, we're playing the immersives. Getting a little hot in the sweater while we're pedaling, gamers. Ooh, chat out to start. Lucky. Yeah, Kabutops is a design that, like, has felt like it's waiting for the right metagame or supporting cast for it to be good. Because, like, heal 50 is a lot. All of these cards attack you for just one is also pretty sweet. I think I'm wheeling here. It's a shame I'm only turning 3 cards into 4, but I think digging for Skull Fossil is definitely worthwhile. I think I'd rather cape Kabutops than cape Chatot. Oh my goodness, no Arceus dealer, no Arceus. Don't do it to me. Have a heart. Sometimes lucky. And unfortunately, I wish I could say we were running cold. But this has been my experience trying to play these Chatot Fossil decks in the past. So I'm going to turn 5 cards into 3 here, because my 5 cards are very bad. Alright. So you're saying there's a chance. No, you're not saying there's a chance. You're actually just wholly and fully cooked. And honestly, that Chatot there is like such a wonderful example of like why early Mars and Red Card are like objectively terrible. So frequently when your opponent has a bunch of cards stuck in hand in Pokemon Pocket, it's because their hand is atrocious. I do not think Kabutops can solo this game, so we're gonna put the Skull Fossil out and be dead to Sabrina, obviously. But I think long term we need this to remotely have a chance. I think we're probably just dead, but we'll take some game actions. How do you set up this screen capture? You set up this screen capture by adding a game capture to your overlay multiple times and then trimming each individual one to the portion that you care about. So I think my particular overlay is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 different game captures on my overlay. What's your take on Iono? Iono is a very reasonable Pokemon Pocket card. Adds a nice amount of consistency. We're gonna hit for 130 each turn. Did they forget to activate? Oh, they didn't. They just didn't. They didn't use Darkrai. All right, and then we are cooked here. If I would have gotten Lily, we could have gone back up to 160 and had another turn, but alas. 7, I only count 4. So, and this is a testament to how clean my cut up overlay is, that I said there's 7 game overlays and people are like, I only count 4. The other 3 that you're missing on my game overlay captures are the 3 that take the rectangle cards on my bench and turn them into squares where you can still see the energy on the bottom of them. Powerball X, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. So like I'll point them out here. So like you look at you look at my my bench here, and you see how the black isn't quite perfect, and the dome fossil gets cut into 2 parts. So you see the top of it, then you see the bottom where the energy gets attached to it. Let's see if they have their supporter for this or not. The top right has 2 of them, yeah. There's one for the opponent's hand and energy zone, and 1 for their points and their name. Do they have their supporter on 1 to power up the turtle is the question. They do not. It's gonna make them pretty slow here. And this is kind of an interesting question. Do I turn 1 card into 3 and give up the guaranteed Rampardos? Always hold. So the problem with holding is, if they have Charizard, do I get through it? I don't actually know. Do I get through Charizard with just Rampardos? I probably do, yeah? Because they have to stoke it up. I'm gonna commit. It's an interesting decision point. Our odds of redrawing the Rampardos are relatively high, but they're not guaranteed. I would have what? I would have 4 out of 14 if I count Professor's research as a hit. If I count Professor's research as a hit, I'm 80% to redraw Rampardos there. Without research, it's a coin flip. Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my. The cape is not great for our hero. Okay, so with the cape here, now I think we do this, and now Mimic draws 4, and we do that. That's certainly worth. And this retreats for 1, right? So I could put Kabutops up, soften it, and then finish with Rampardos. I think I'm pivoting into Kabutops. I think I'm pivoting into Kabutops. Which means I want to draw this turn. I don't think putting a cape on Kabutops accomplishes anything this turn, so I'm going to hold it because a cape on this one later could let it survive a 150 from a Charizard. So now, is there any reason to research? I think there's not, and it makes us just worse against Red Card and Mars. So we do this and clear this, and then if they don't have another cape for this, we're good to go. Everybody talking about Sabrina-ing, you really just shouldn't play your Sabrinas and your Cyruses willy-nilly early just for the sake of taking a knockout. You really want to frequently be holding... You really want to frequently be holding them until late. So you can get a game-winning clear with it. Yes, just because the game yells at you when you can play a supporter and don't doesn't mean you always need to be playing one. Although in this instance, I'm actually thinking about it. I probably should have researched last turn because I could have Lilied this turn. I wasn't thinking about the aspect of Lily in my deck. That'll be okay. Healing 50 is so much. There's a card on their bench that's Charming. That is a Turtonator. Does 90 for 3. And C, going back to what we were talking about earlier with not playing things like Sabrina super aggressively, is now, once we get to this point, my Sabrina with my Rampardos wins the game now, as opposed to just arbitrarily taking a knockout point earlier with it. Oh, look at all of our stage 2 monsters just at full life. Pull this up and get our match point. Nice. You had mentioned previously you didn't like playing in tournaments because the 18 trainer cheese. Do you think you'll go back to play in tournaments now? No, unfortunately, tournament content actually performs worse than regular ladder content in some instances, and it regularly gets complaints about viewers don't like the open deck list format. And when you combine that with the fact that tournaments are pretty inconvenient to play and it just doesn't make sense to play in them for content. It's a pretty compelling game for our deck. Some neat things going on. Morning, Loopy. They do. Tournaments are very long. That is true. They take forever. I'd like to draw any one of our 4 fossils next turn, so we could go Cape, Fossil, Cape, and then Mimic to redraw. I have found open deck lists have a higher skill ceiling since you know what to play around versus what is likely to be the opponent's deck. I agree. Open deck list is much more skill testing than closed deck list. That being said, the average person watching a YouTube video does not understand that and often complains very loudly when I make content with open deck list setting. Is it crazy to not research and just redraw? I think I don't research and I just redraw. That's close, though. Yes, it's definitely super true that most people watching content are just looking for, like, deck lists to copy. And they think that if they're watching something in open deck list setting, it's not applicable to how they play the game. Which is not true, but it's how they feel. Everybody knows 2025 is the year of feels and not reals. Kabuto off the top is our second best draw after Kabutops with the rare candy. Yeah, I also agree with the sentiment that the decks you play against in ranked aren't really that much different than tournaments, so. This deck's really sweet when it works, but it feels like it has a lot of the similar problems that it had last season still. Unless they have another Cyrus or Sabrina, this feels good for me, I think. Them burning this Cyrus just to, like, take... I mean, I guess them spending a red card means that my Mimic has less cards to Mimic next turn. So many textbook examples today, though, of why Mars and red card are just not that good. I keep looking at hands that are completely bricked. Oh, unfortunately, we are still bricked after all of those redraws. And I can't Mimic. I don't think I can Mimic here. Going down to 2 cards is worse than just waiting to research. If we find a Skull Fossil next turn, I think we can still win this game. The wrong one. Apologies for the juke. That was my pack notification, not yours. Maybe Lily's can carry from here. Yeah, I mean, Lily would be a decent top deck. Skull Fossil also still a fine top deck. What another rare candy. that the end of it? I think that's the end of it. I still have a research. I could research into Kabutops plus game. Why are people playing red carded bars if they're not good? Why do people buy lottery tickets if they're going to miss most of the time? I think is honestly the best comparison. This is gonna come as a surprise to some of you at home. But I think there's a chance Chatot fossils are still bad. Alright. Druddigon Lightning Energy. What's going on over there, gamers? Druddigon Lightning Energy. Magnezone something? Dragonite Enjoyer. Our pile of chunky stage 2s is probably pretty alright against Dragonite. Water beats Dragonite. Oh my god, I put the energy on the wrong thing. That's probably fine. I don't have anything going on. That would have been nice to redraw there, but I don't think it matters. Do I want to tempo Sabrina? Probably. Just turn 3 into 5 here. Looks pretty good. Why not take the KO? Because I don't know that I'm expecting Kabutops to be able to win this game all on its own. There's been so many red cards today, it's kind of wild. They're not swinging with the Ori. I mean, if they swing with the Ori just dies to my Kabutops with weakness, so. Got me. I'll do it again, I swear! Alright, fine. I just wanted I wanted a second attacker set up before we started clearing. So with the Candy Rampardos, we'll clean them out. 2 red cards is a bit much. 1 red card is a bit much, gamers. Their draws have been terrible, or they put 2 or potentially even 3 cards in their deck that basically had no text. And when you put a bunch of textless cards in your deck, your draws on average are a lot worse, yeah. I don't understand why you would rare candy into a stage 2 with a high energy cost. So, rare candying into stage 2s with higher energy costs can make you more consistent because you play the rare candy and the stage 2. But you're right, at the core it's not amazing. I think I pivot back to the Rampardos again here, just for the sake of playing through, they played an Irida earlier, so I want to play through some healing here by hitting them nice and large. So they need to put 3 Draco Meteors into our Rampardos, and they need to have some healing. All right. Need 3 out of 4 to hit the lead. Narrator, they did not. Any recommendations on decks if you don't have 2 of any of the new EXs that you enjoy playing? Yeah, I posted 2 videos in the last 3 days that have a number of decks that don't need any of the new EX Pokemon in them, Tyler. This morning's video's a new decks roundup from recent tournament lists, and then Saturday afternoon's video was a decks I've enjoyed playing on the ladder personally. And they both contain a number of deck lists that fit what you're describing there. I think the people who say they like Mars but hate Red Card are some of the most interesting people around, because at least people that like both of them just clearly don't understand statistics. But if you dislike Red Card because you understand why it's statistically bad, but also don't dislike Mars for the same reason, I don't understand where the disconnect is there. Endgame Mars is what I mean. Yeah, but Endgame Mars is bad for a lot of the same reasons that beginning of game Red Card is bad, which is even when you're shuffling your opponent down to 1 card, their deck often only has 5, 6, 7 cards left in it, so they're still incredibly likely to redraw what they need. This might be a Bird Sabrina just to make our deck smaller. Nah, I want the utility. I'm just gonna trade 5 for 5 here. It's a shame we don't have any fossils. Alright, we got one. Am I wheeling again here? This deck is so feast or famine. Like, our games where we, like, things come together are so reasonable, but the games where they don't, you're just like, what are we doing here? Oh, gosh. What is your opinion on the idea that Darkrai Giratina decks are running Mars specifically to knock their opponent's hand size down in the Meowscarada matchups? I'd tell you to go look at the play rate of Meowscarada. Alright, assuredly Rampardo's full carries here, Copium, yes? Rampardo's double Lily, gamers. We're coming for him. With 2 Lilies, maybe. Nah, they're going to be able to attack with Tina. Next turn is the problem. Or not? Okay. Really unfortunate that we didn't find our stage 1 to be able to retreat this, but I think I need to take this knockout here, as bad as it feels. Although I guess I don't know how we build a win from here. I guess it involves drawing another fossil next turn. But even then... Alright, I'm not ready to give up on this one yet, because we've been winning similar amounts to we've been losing. I feel like I want to play a couple more games at least before we write it off. I'm going to throw the deck list up on the screen. We need to run some adverts. I need to run and fill my water bottle up because it is empty. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes with some more of this. Appreciate everybody hanging out this board army. Test out all sorts of decks. Did well in the tournaments this weekend. you're watching on YouTube, consider tap the like button while I'm going BRB. So I went to see the Thunderbolts last night with one of my buddies. Pretty good movie. I enjoyed it. And this is what's left of my large popcorn from the movie theater last night. And as a fun fact of my local theater, when you buy the large popcorn, they actually give you a refill. So you get this much twice. So I have some leftover popcorn for a couple of days. I think I take a redraw here. Go from 3 up to 4 without a rare candy. All right, I think we researched digging for our stage 2. So they can play the Lycanroc out here and hit us for 100. They can also clear us with Rampardos. I think I need to set up another fossil. I think it's Rare Candy, Kabutops, put a cape on it, put an energy on it, trade these out. That's close though. Only trading 2 cards for 2 cards. Kabutops into Rampardos is not a particularly good matchup though. Well, I mean, those are other fossils. We have not played with Passimidian yet. I think that card's probably pretty serviceable, though. Like, things that conserve energy are kind of like cheating energy in a way. I'll work with them at some point. All right, Kabutops versus the world. Lily? Lily? To be Lily. They already played one Sabrina, so I don't think I'm playing around another. I think I'm gonna need another Kabutops to win the game. I guess punished a little for not playing out the Skull Fossil, but at the same time, my hand was pretty trash. I think because they have this other Skull Fossil, I have to play this one out to threaten the Rampardos. It's tough though. So we are going to be dead to Candy plus Rampardos. Because they're going to hit us for 100 down to 40, then we only go up to 90. If we draw the other Lily, we live that, though. Cape is really good here. Cape leaves me dead on board. That leaves me not dead on board, but dead to dead to Candy Rampardos from them. Because this goes down to 100 exactly, so it doesn't take 100 from Lycanroc. So dead to Sabrina plus an Evo, Cyrus plus an Evo, or Candy plus Rampardo. So a lot of permutations we lose to here. But I didn't have any player agency to play around these things. Was that a sugar-free Pure Leaf? It is, yeah. Yeah, one of the big lifestyle changes I made when I lost a bunch of weight last year was no longer drinking calories. We're waiting for you to do viewer decks so I can submit Passimidian, T-Tar, Arceus. I think we're going to do viewer decks tomorrow morning is my plan. I want to play tournament decks today, but we haven't done viewer decks yet for this expansion, so I'll get those in for at least today. Shut up, Triple Fossils. This is the hand the legends foretold of. You think a deck with only Decidueye could work well? I don't think there's a compelling reason to be mono Decidueye as opposed to playing supporting cards that enable its 100 damage attack. Is Meowscarada Beedrill viable right now? I keep playing it, but I feel like I'm 50-50 into the field. Do you think a deck that's 50-50 into the field isn't viable? I guess is my question to you. Like, what's your expectation on the word viable? We done Spiritomb Decidueye. I feel like Spiritomb's probably worse than playing Lurantis, because Lurantis gives you access to Grass Cape. I can do over on my 3 cards. Viable, in my opinion, means you can climb the ladder at a reasonable pace. That literally doesn't exist. The ladder in this game is long and tedious, and nothing climbs at a reasonable pace. It's all a long, slow grind. Lavec, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Oh, look, we finally drew stage 1s in Kanzi. Is Guzma good? I think Guzma's probably fine. I think it's probably similar enough to Red that you can play it and feel fine about it. Well, gamers, the world is my oyster, it would appear. Have our cake and eat it too. I mean, these trade if they hit me next turn, yeah. If this just isn't a peak 2025 comment of all time, asking about red card gets linked to video explaining mathematically red card is bad, says, wow, I didn't know this existed, without watching it says this won't change my mind. Intentional bait. No, chat. People really are that stupid, I promise you. I think I am also retreating. I have one Kabutops fossil left in my deck here. We have 2 Lilies. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get through 2 Rampardos. As a professor, what were your opinions on this generation of students? The last time I taught was almost a decade ago. So I didn't really work with this generations of students. Been doing content full-time since the start of January 2018. I still have a copy of Sabrina in my deck here somewhere, yeah? I do. Two Lilies and a Sabrina. Buried in what remains. We are dead to a Sabrina out of them this turn if they have one. It's possible they do. We have 3 cards left. I mean, I guess I want my Kabutops again, but this is a chance to draw me into the supporters I desperately need, which is nice. I can heal for 110, which gets me to 140. So it's the same as switching to the other one, so might as well. Are they cooked? Did we... I guess they could have another Cyrus. If they have second Cyrus, they get me. I don't have any agency to play around that, right? I can only get to 120 here. If they don't have Cyrus, my literal bottom card is Sabrina. But they have their whole deck in their hands. What a silly game. Come down to it. Do they have room? Do they have room for it? Narrator, they do not. There she is, gamers. There she is. What a slog. Is Jeff a professor? I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics and spent time teaching previously at both the high school and college level many years ago. Before content started providing a full-time income. To set an exceptionally low bar, content pays more than being an adjunct faculty. And I'm sure Copium, it pays slightly more now a decade later. But like for reference, when I was adjuncting with my graduate degree, I got paid as little as like $1,200 per semester per class at some schools. And for people who don't know what is considered the workload, typically teaching somewhere between 4 and 6 classes is full-time, and there's like 3 semesters or quarters or trimester, whatever you want to call them, in a year usually. So it's like 20 grand a year to teach 5 classes a quarter. It's actually just awful. So I always tell people, anybody who's a teacher, especially in the States, like, they do it because they like teaching. Not because there's money there. That's because teaching shouldn't be your part-time job. Did you just hear what I explained? Full-time loan doesn't pay much either. Kangaskhan Dark Energy, maybe an Ilima enjoyer. We're playing a little Crobat Kangaskhan. It was pretty solid. Oh man, I don't know that my heart can take many more games of this deck yet. We've had some interesting one, but good golly, are the bricks so brutal? Veliez, thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. Existence is suffering. Existence is suffering. If they have Crobat, it retreats for free, but I'm just getting the Sabrina out of my hand so that way we can hopefully draw fossils more likely. Cooked. Cooked! Alright, chat up. You've got 7 more rank points to burn and then we're moving up. Let's see how quickly it uses them. What's your favorite subject in mathematics? My graduate thesis that I got to pick had to do with matchings in graphs, doing some automation with Python. Which I think there's a command for that or calculus, graph theory or calculus related stuff. And I would just like to make it clear that while there is a command to my, I finished my graduate degree at 21, and I am now 34, so that paper is 13 years old. So please do not ask present Jeff to explain what it contains. Past Jeff would have been all over it, but present Jeff has had 3 children since then. It's all mostly mush up here. Could probably refigure it out. But I don't, yeah. What operating system was that thesis written on? Linux, obviously. Time to go back for the doctorate. I mean, assuming we don't have a whole societal collapse someday, if I'm in an all right spot financially when I'm done making content for a job, I would really like to get a graduate degree. I taught and went, or a PhD. I taught and did my graduate degree in part because I really enjoy academia. Rocky Helmet, Chanout's a lover, not a fighter opponent. He's not here to hurt you. We redrew the cape here, which is nice. Gosh, there have been so many red cards today. It's kind of crazy. I feel like we've been red carded more today, anecdotally, than I have, like, a lot recently. I think I'm waiting for a turn here. I think I want to draw one more time before I start Rampardos. I'm definitely Sabrina-ing, and there could be merit to, like, Rampardos cracking this right away, but I think I want to turn one card into... I think I want to turn one card into 5 here. All right, Guzma got us. Kinda, I guess. I get to put Rampardos up here. I've seen some people saying they think red carded Mars Spam is good against rare candy decks. Yeah, I see. I actually feel completely the opposite about that. The rare candy decks tend to get their hands empty pretty quickly, which makes them explicitly pretty reasonable against stuff like red carded Mars, because you're vomiting your hand out onto the board, not holding a lot back. You're just as likely to red card or whatever your opponent into the thing they're looking for as you are to take it away from them. I mean, this seems good for me, no? Like, We each need one more point, but I've got 2 of these things set up now, yeah? They're dealing 120 per turn cycle, but I can heal 110 for 2 cycles, says local man about to be barsed. And then it's actually better to stay in here than it is to retreat, right? Because if I leech life, I go up to 110, which means I die to Giovanni rather than Cyrus, and Cyrus is more likely than Giovanni. So both my plays leave me dead to things, but Cyrus is a lot more likely than Geo. Especially with them having Guzma. I'd be surprised if they have room for Guzma and Geo. Not impossible, but improbable, I think. Yeah, I would think Guzma and Red would be more common than Geo. Agree. So you have to retreat or you're dead to the Rampardos on my bench. Average red card gamer, really. That was a pretty sweet game. We did not have a perfect start. We maneuvered around it. I think even if they take the optimal line and retreat there, we like Lily up the Kabutops and put Rampardos in and still run them down here. Alright, I think this deck has earned a few more games. We've played some sweet ones with it. We're relatively even in points. I feel like the ones we've lost, we've been pretty unlucky in. Big Brick City energy. I'm going to throw it up on the screen while these adverts roll so they don't happen in the middle of gameplay. I'm going to run to the restroom while that happens. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We got a bunch more Pokemon Pocket coming up today. Pedal for one more segment before lunch. And a little popcorn snack. How does one deal with ladder anxiety? So, anxiety is a very real thing, right? It impacts everybody differently, so I don't want to tell you there's like a one-size-fits-all type thing, but I don't know. I think the best thing you have to just get through is that ultimately your ladder rank really doesn't matter. And you gotta just learn to desensitize yourself to it. Like, reminding yourself that ultimately you're playing for less than $10 worth of pack hourglasses is a good thing to keep in mind. Yeah, that's honestly the best advice. If you are feeling like ranked is sucking some of the joy out of it for you, but you still want to get a little bit of something, you should try and get up to Ultra 1 and then stop playing and play the unranked queue, or just take a break till next season. Getting to Ultra 1 is like 75% of the prizes for 20% of the work. I think I put a cape on this so it doesn't die to one Ikorio hit. Do I want a Sabrina in my deck to draw later, or do I want to play it for tempo now, so that way I don't redraw and I draw more fossils? I think Sabrina's not likely to be super useful here. Famous last words. If they don't evolve into, if they don't evolve into Magneton, I might just take an aggressive stance and like put the Rampardos up next turn. But with them hitting Magneton this turn, I think we evolve into the Rampardos. Then we need to dig to set up another one. Because if I put Rampardos in and clear this, it's not going to be enough to win the game just on its own, I don't think. And I think this is an instance where I actually leave the research in my deck, because my Chatot has a chance to die next turn, and if it dies, I want research to shift through the deck after the fact. So I'm going to turn these 2 cards into 4 and leave there still 2 research in my deck. All right, if we could find a Dome Fossil. Kabutops actually out-heals. Kabutops with Lily out-heals a Magnezone hit, which is kind of sweet. Because your weakness hits heal you for more. You heal the amount of damage you dealt, so when this hits for 70, it heals for 70. Heyo! I think I'm just passing. The cape here on the Chatot, meaning it doesn't die in one to an Oricorio, is very nice as well. Okay, yeah, and then this rare candy hit here means I can take the knockout on this Oricorio this turn. Which I think puts us firmly in the driver's seat, yeah? So even if they hit for 110 here, I'm going to heal for 130 next turn. So, I think we're pretty done. Look at us, right back to where we started. Fair, really. I would just run it back again next turn. I just want to have Rampardos on deck ready to one-shot whatever their follow-up is here, yeah? I'll do it again, I swear. I thought Kabutops would heal 70 if it attacks for weakness. It does. But you can't heal above, so it says plus 50 because there's only 50 to heal there. Would I rather have a Dome Fossil evolving first or another Rampardos? Probably just another Rampardos, yeah. Opponent's conceding, yep. Rating is on the wall. Uriel, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate you hanging out here for over a year. To my Marvel Snappers in the audience, I'm actually looking at my schedule for the week, and I think I'm going to make a liar out of my starting stream title. I think we're just going to do Pocket today until we get to the sponsored game, Confronto, later. Because we're going to have Marvel Snap drops later this week, meaning we'll do a lot of snaps. I think I want to front load some extra Pocket time today. BJ Forget, thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back. Yeah, new season tomorrow has 2 awesome card releases. Agree. First step. Hey, Forget, thank you for being incredibly generous. I appreciate those gifted subs on top of your over 5 years. Happy Monday. So, Dome Fossil. I think I want to put the cape on the Dome Fossil because it lets Kabutops survive a 150 hit from a Stopesard. I know I have both of these evolutions here, but I think I want to turn 3 cards into 6 because just Kabutops isn't going to be enough to beat this, so I need to try and have more than one stage 2 here. So we risk not being able to get back to the Dome Fossil evolutions, but I think it's correct to take that risk here. Gosh, there have been so many red cards today. It's crazy. Crazy. All right, Kabutops, please. Kabutops, please. Nice, nice. Red card just actually didn't matter. Turn my 1 card back into 4 here. Sure. I think I'm putting Kabutops up here. I think it's just hit them for 50. There's 6 cards in my deck. I can only heal for 110. I think I just need to find my way into a Rampardos next turn to have a shot here. I'm gonna burn the Sabrina just to get it out of the range of cards I can be drawing. And I think I need to trade my 4 cards for 4 new ones here. As mediocre as that feels, I think my winning line here involves assembling Rampardos, and I think this makes me more likely to assemble Rampardos. I've had more turn 2 concessions and straight up wins with than any other deck I've played with the all-in chop deck. Yeah, it's very reasonable. Round and round our hand will go. Where it stops, nobody knows. It's a shame. Our previous hand was better. All right, we have 2 candies and a research in... We have 2 candies and a research in 6 cards. So we're 50-ish% to get to Rampardos next turn. Moose, thank you for the 56 months. And Gablog, thank you for the 1.5 years. Been playing Mewtwo from your recent video. It's been a lot of fun. Sweet. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh. All right, dead to Sabrina and dead to Cyrus, but not dead on board, which is all you can really ask for, gamers. All right, two lilies. 2 lilies and 5 cards. 2 lilies and 5 cards. 40% to get to continue playing the game. Rats. GG opponent. That was close. I think anecdotally, this is easily the most interesting set in a long time. Just I can't tell you the wide range of decks people have come into chat. They've been like, Jeff, this deck from your latest roundup has been so good for me. I'm having fun and I'm winning with it. And like, in the last couple of expansions, the number of different decks people have said that for was much smaller. There's just so much going on that's remotely reasonable right now. like it a lot. Jet out on one. Lucky. Was not quite what we're looking for to start here. I'm not mimicking this turn, so I think I'm just putting an energy here. I'm gonna put an energy here because it gives me the flexibility on where. Well, I guess they could be burying. This is wrong because they could be burying me next turn. I should commit the fighting energy to one of these two. So that way, if they bury and clear me. Well, there was no berry last turn, so I'm gonna bet on no berry again this turn. Okay, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. So, Rampardos plus Lily means I survive next turn, yeah? This leaves me at 100. I think I'm going to cape up, so that way I survive a second Greninja hit as well here. USC, thank you for the 4 years. Welcome back. About half my games have been Stoke Charizard, so I would actually put forward one of the things that's extra promising about this current metagame is the fact that one of the most popular decks right now isn't the one that had the objectively best performance this past weekend. I think it's one of those like top signs of people are commonly playing things that aren't posting incredible numbers. They attacked me for 10? It's an interesting choice. So this puts me to 100, which I think means they can't clear it next turn, and then Sabrina should clean them out, right? They can do 80 with this. Charizard is... I agree. Charizard is both a linear deck. It's a fan favorite Pokemon. Charizard's got a lot of things going for it. Why it's popular. the Guzma gets us. Rip. All right. We have a game, as they say. That's only their first knockout point, though. Irida, too. Yep. Opponent's deck's very tricky. Oh, I need a candy or a stage 1, 40% on that. Do I want to give up a point to get their Water Shuriken onto the Dome Fossil? Probably not. Probably not. They still have 2 berries in their deck. It's a lot of berries. Only 5 cards. Good chance there are a bunch of berries in my opponent's hand. And I'm through both my my lilies at this point, right? So we might be in trouble here. And that candy 1 turn earlier for this other Dome Fossil. I'm just trying to build how we ever beat a berry from here, and I think the answer is we don't. Maybe we're probably too aggressive with the Rampardos this game. I probably should have put in some starting chip shots with the Kabutops. It was likely my mistake. There's always a lot of choices in these types of games, lots of places to look back on. I think that's probably where I could do different. Wait, did I just get second red carded again? No, that was first red card. No berry. I mean, do you think they cut a berry to fit in? Do you think they cut a berry to fit in the red cards? Something's got to give, yeah. Is there any reason to cape here? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. Getting a berry for a red card would be insane. I mean, that's just like the types of things gamers do, chat. Gamers love red card. Yeah, weakness really critically for Kabutops and Snorlax for sure. Ilima, dude, there's no way they have room for 2 berries in here, right? Just like not in a million years. Do they have 2 Ilima? Do they have 2 Ilima in their deck? I already played my Sabrina, right? No, my Sabrina's still in my deck. Yeah, I think it's a Cape the Fossil angle. Well, if I Cape the Fossil, they kill this, but then I guess I draw Rampardos 50% of the time. Yeah, I guess that's the line. And if I don't draw the Rampardos, I draw a Sabrina. We drew the Rampardos. What a wild game. Do you think they're just not playing Barry? This deck's been much scrappier than I was expecting it to be, but also there's been some end games like this where it's just like, what is the opponent's deck? Gotta fit those red cards in somehow, I suppose. Gap! Thanks for re-upping that Prime. Appreciate the 76 months. Welcome back. It's difficult to fit in Ilimas and berries. Especially when you're playing stuff like Red Card and Guzma. Do you think with so many cards they should increase the number of cards in a deck in Pokemon Pocket? Absolutely not. Pokemon Pocket's literally the only card game I've ever made content for where people regularly suggest or ask if they're going to make the decks bigger. It's just like not a thing games do, really. Pokemon Pocket is very carefully and clearly balanced around the decks being the size that they are. Hi, Born. Thanks for re-upping that Prime for a second month. Appreciate you taking a couple of buckaroos from Jeff Bezos and sending them to me. If you're someone who's new to live streams or haven't been on Twitch, maybe you're watching on YouTube, something you should be aware of if you're one of the many people in the world who has Amazon Prime, if you make a Twitch account and link your Amazon Prime account up, you get a free subscription every single month on twitch.tv. So if you're someone that enjoys my stuff and you want to make this sustainable for me as a job, you can go ahead and link that up, and it takes a couple of real dollars from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them to Jeffrey Hoagland every time you click the button on my channel. At the very least, even if you don't want to support my personal content, you should make sure you use that Prime sub somewhere every month, because Lord knows Jeffrey Bezos has enough money. And anybody else out there could use it a bit more than him. All right, so we died a Charmeleon here, right? But I think I still want to Mimic. And I think I'm again leaving the research in my deck. So that way, if they clear the chat out next turn, I could go ahead and have those to redraw to dig deeper still. Small regrets. I think I wasn't thinking about the Charmander. Oh, and they're just rare candy. Okay, so this is fine. I was going to say, I think I put the cape on the wrong thing. Maybe I should have just held the cape on the first turn. But this kind of rewards me for the way I caped, because getting the Kabutops to cape means it survives the Steam Artillery, which is nice. But this would have died to Charmeleon, so a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. No fail, Mike Ale. Thanks for the primer. Appreciate the third of a year. Husky coming in hot for the 23 months. Man, it's a real shame we didn't hit the Kabutops here. Because if we hit Kabutops here, we would have been able to switch it, hit them for 50, and then Candy into Rampardos and hit them with that. And my hand's good enough that we're just staying as is, I think. So I think it's this, and then this, and we're just letting Chatot take a hit here. But we're not wheeling again here because my hand is stellar. Hodge and Bifry. Bify, thanks for hooking up those brand new primes. Yeah, I mean, this is a good red card potentially. All right, if we can find a Kabutops, we're still in an okay spot. Not good, but okay. It's probably all she wrote. I needed to position it in a way that Rampardos is lethal on the following turn. Is there a secret red card daily we're unaware of? I'm genuinely like... It's truly awe-inspiring how much there's been. And I poured through the tournament deck list. There were not that many people playing red card in the tournament deck list this weekend. So it's really strange that there's like this much of it. So I need to draw my stage 1 for the Skull Fossil next turn, and then we can retreat to that and knock this out. Are we supposed to discard the backline to play around to Sabrina? No, I'm never beating a copy of Sabrina. Like I just said, my literal out this game involved having these Skull Fossils do things. So, again, you're not just supposed to blindly play around things. You need to build a line in your head. Oh, we did use my stage 1. So I needed to Professor into stage 2 plus Candy. But that out still involves keeping my fossils, right? The subreddit has been lots of people complaining that the game has been boiled down to who gets rare candy first. That's exceptionally funny, given that Darkrai Giratina was the best performing tournament deck this weekend. Was Lily not an out? Lily only put us to 80, and then we went down to 30, and we died to the Litten that was on their bench. The Rampardo self-damage meant Lily was not an out. Sand's really sweet. I think this is the first time we played against Meowscarada in almost 3 hours today. Almost 4 hours today. Has not been a lot of kitty cat. This is where we snap, right? Yeah, something like that. Come on, cry for help. I want your hand to be bigger. Either way, I'm spending 3 cards out of my hand next turn, so we're going from 1 to 4 at a minimum. Hopefully we get a stage 1 and we get to go to 0 to 4. Okay. Is there ever a world where I need 2 Kabutops? Or is it okay for me to bin a Dome Fossil to just draw 4 cards here? This is a little aggressive, but I think I'm into it. It's the cheeky line, which makes it better for content. When in doubt, cheeky them out. My hand was good, but hopefully the next one will be too. Sure. All right, so they're picking up a point, but they're through all of their resources now, yes? Using my other candy there means I have to draw 2 pieces to build this Rampardos, but I think that's fine. There's been so many red cards today, I'm playing the cape out. So they're dealing 80, but I'm healing 50, which is pretty good. Nice. Rewarded for using the candy aggressively. I'm gonna do this to play around a copy of Cyrus, and then I think the game plan here is put an energy here, take this knockout, and just try and pressure them down before they can assemble either of these other 2. Hey, Dave, thanks for the 3 years. Welcome back. And Hastinas, thanks for the brand new primer. I think this deck is better or worse overall than the Lycanroc deck. I think they're very different decks. This deck has more endgame, whereas the Lycanroc deck is more of a run them down aggressively. Well, that was their best non-stage 2 draw for sure. One in 4 to draw Sabrina, which would likely be game ending. All right, can we dodge the bees? And if they miss on the bee, they do get a coin flip on string shot. Still is something to... Excuse me? You didn't watch your coin flip? I mean, I'll take it, gamer. Thanks for the MMR. Opponent missed on their B and decided they'd had enough. All right, I think we're going to be done with this one for now. We ended up solidly up with it through the course of that. Definitely a little bit of a feast and famine deck. Your games that are clunky are really clunky, and the games that are not feel very like you've got a lot of action and lines. To move along to trying something else out. If you want that Kabutops Rampardos deck list, it's in my new decks roundup that I posted this morning from this weekend's tournament decks. What are we going to do when we get back? Should we Bennett people? Bennett had a result from over the weekend. Should we do it? All right, let's try a little Tapu Lele Bennett box. I'm gonna tap an advert. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab my lunch. When we get back, we're gonna do some of this. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We have not played Leo with Excalibur yet. I did load that one up though. BRB. Yeah, maybe we'll do the Excalibur deck next. People have mostly abandoned Solgaleo on the ladder, so I wouldn't mind. Wouldn't be hitting mirror matches, and I think Excalibur is an interesting angle to play it from. There's several people that asked, why did Solgaleo fall off? You should check out the meta report from yesterday where I talk explicitly about some of the difficulties it's having in the format. It's so unfortunate that we have first energy advantage instead of first evolution advantage. Although I guess it really wouldn't matter, so they get their energy on here first. Queuing with this deck and immediately hitting someone with an all low energy curve is a pretty feels bad, man. I'm gonna leave this back because the evolution of this does 20 to all of my cards, so I don't want to play this out early if I can avoid it. Dig in. We're digging. I'll do this. Get a little bit extra damage in. I don't think I'm playing out the additional Tapu Lele again. Just kind of want to hedge. Not getting damage on everything so we can dodge Pierce the Pain a little bit potentially. Alright, I think I just switched to the duck and take my knockout point here. It's close though. There I get to put Decidueye up and start murdering us. Does Banette stop the energy on the next active? Is it templated that way? It is templated that way as a global one. That's interesting. It was our first game with it. I wasn't thinking about that. So maybe that was the play. Well, that's certainly a choice. So if we hit double heads here, they lose the game. Even single heads is pretty good, but... Never lucky. So I put two Cyrus in this deck because I put a Cyrus in the deck because we have like Tapu Lele that can do chip shots and stuff. But thinking about it, maybe two Sabrinas are better in this build because of how Banette works. I see gamers discussing the wish list feature. You know that's only a visual thing that lets you know, it gives you an extra pop-up when it's in your Wonder Picks. Doesn't actually make them more likely. Which, the visual's nice if you're really hunting for something, so it's harder to miss when you scroll, but it doesn't actually help you get the cards you're favoriting or whatever. It would be really nice if it did. The Wonder Pick system is so borderline useless as we get more packs in the game. Yeah, I'm gonna do Sabrina, I think. This is another matchup where Banette's ability is probably only okay, huh? I don't really have very high energy requirements. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my Flex-a-Spot share. I have the OC6 is the model that I'm currently sitting in. And then the Sabrina here just looks absolutely killer, huh? We get to go ahead and pull this Rampardos up to the front, and then they just can't attach energy to it now. Yeah, two Sabrina is definitely must-have with this card. This type of setup is so disgusting. This thing is literally just cooked now. There's no way they're playing Leaf or 2x speed in their deck, right? So it's just gonna get slowly murdered over the course of the next few turns here. Yeah, I saw some people playing Giratina as a top end for Banette, and seeing how this game plays out, I could see maybe like a Mewtwo EX being okay. But there's also a real risk with having that as your lead Pokemon, right? I don't know. I don't know that I really like that in general. Yeah, our opponent continuing to stack energy on the board, given the presence of Tapu Lele in our backline, is also a curious decision. I mean, I guess it technically makes it better if I were to, like, Team Rocket them, I suppose, yeah? Can I win the game from here? Oh, wait, how do I beat two Lycan Rocks? I guess they don't hit me very hard. And they just put a 5th energy on that back one, so... murder you? But opponent about to read Tapu Lele for the first time. I have a lot of permutations here. What if I Sabrina them? Okay, so I think the line is I Sabrina them, and then I hit them with Banette this turn so they can't attach an energy. And then next turn, I get a Team Rocket flip to lock them out again, because they only have 1 energy on here. How does a Twitch streamer prepare for a convention? He PAX. Going on, Diggity. Are you going to PAX? I've never been out to that, but at some point I hope to. I appreciate the absurdly generous tier 3 and everything else you've contributed here over the last 2 years. Hope life's treating you well. You're Sabrinaing me. Yeah, I mean, this is mostly a wash, right? Oh, I actually just have lethal now with the Guzma, right? I don't need to flip a coin. Because Spiteful Dance is plus 60. So we Guzzy boy here to knock the cape off. Capes, plural, I suppose. And then this is lethal. Guzzled. Guzzled. Yeah, unironically, the more I play Guzma, the more I come around on him and think he might be better than Red in a number of decks. I think the edge case where I expect Red to maybe be better is when you have Pokemon that deal like 140. But I've really liked Guzma in a lot of these cores. Do I want a big EX Pokemon in here? What would I cut? Do I need this potion? Can I cut the potion for a Mewtwo? Because that would be my 7th basic, right? So seventh basic would mean I wouldn't start on the Mewtwo too often. You want to cut the second Tapu? I kind of want more basics to start on the Mewtwo less frequently. I guess I have an X speed. I don't think I can afford to play Leaf, though, with the amount of other supporters I have. We're already on 7 supporters. I really don't think Giratina's the answer. We have so many 1-energy attackers, we're basically never activating Giratina's ability, and if we're never activating Giratina's ability, I think Mewtwo's just better. Mew's pretty mid in a world where Rampardos is one of the most popular things. I like that swap for now, and we'll see. Or you want to play a non-EX Giratina? No, I don't think that qualifies for what I'm really looking for. I want like a big hitter we can charge up for when Banette is taking a long time to clear something. The way this card is templated, by the way, it stops Stoke. Just so everybody understands. Oh! I can buy a flare for this with just Stardust, right? Is the way this works, because you can't get a second copy. I should go do that. This is our first time I played with this promo since I got it. Do I want to keep this to deny a knockout? No, I want to save the cape for the Mewtwo so it can survive a 150, I think. Man, if that Rocket Grunt had hit, Banette would have soloed this thing, which would have been insane. Would have been actually just nuts. Yeah, Banette stops Stoke. It stops them from attaching energy during their following turn. Come on. Come on, let's hit heads and give them a show, gamer. Come on, Grunts. God bless America. Dead. I think we're dead. Oh, wait. Oh. I messed up. I was supposed to, maybe I was supposed to Sabrina and lock them in to charge the Mewtwo up. I think is what I was supposed to do. I still have the opportunity to kind of do that next turn. So I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna Leech Slap, and then next turn we'll Sabrina up the Charmander and kind of lock it in while we charge the Mewtwo to finish this. I think is the line. Oh my goodness, they evolved. So if they don't have a Sabrina here, they're actually dead. Is this deck insane? Is this deck insane? Is this card nuts? Is this card nuts? I think it might be nuts. It's kinda crazy. No, they can't attach if they evolve. It's not a status condition attached to the Pokemon. It's a global effect just on the board. Yeah, they need to be playing Leaf, which, like, these Charizard decks are basically never playing. That's what this card does. It punishes the lack of X speeds and Leafs in the metagame. So, what happens here? Well, what happens here is I shouldn't have attached my energy for the turn. That's what freaking happens here. Holy sweet mother of God. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, man. Oh, man. Tapu Lele. Look at how pretty she is. My goodness. Nuclear launch detected. All right, eat your heart out, Hitmonlee. Pew! And then even if they have second Charizard here, they can only get to 4 energy next turn, and then Banette comes back up and bonds them again. I'm gonna be really sad I played this deck on stream later, aren't I? Playing against this is gonna be miserable. Okay, the Litten here does not make them just dead. The Litten means they can retreat this. However, I think that means we just go energy on Mewtwo, energy arrow for 80, right? They're not dead on board. They can retreat the Charizard, and then my second Tapu is only dealing 20 to it. And they can put Incineroar up, and they can start attacking. We're still favored, I think, but they're not just dead. All right, so this isn't lethal. And then I think we just put Banette up here, right? And we hit this so they can't, or we just top deck Sabrina and they die. That'll work too. Mewtwo looking lovely as our finisher. That was pretty slick. All right, there are a bunch of really horrible human beings in the chat that are asking to see the deck list so they can do this to other people. So I'm going to throw the deck list up on the screen. I'm going to go throw the leftovers from my lunch upstairs, and then we're going to play some more of this. We'll put the deck up during the advert break here. Banette definitely seems like an underexplored card that when it gets optimized is going to be really good and toxic. If you're enjoying the Off Meta Brews and you're watching on the YouTube side, be sure to tap the like button, help the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that have done that already. Jeff, I only have one full art Sabrina. Can I play this? Probably not. Hopefully someday when they give us trading, I can trade you one of my 3 extra full art Sabrinas. Mewtwo needs Flare. Mewtwo does need Flare. Good call. Obtain items. I don't know that I like the generic shiny one. I'm a big fan of the purple punches. Are you sure you can play this deck when your Tapus aren't full art? Wow. Way to point out my greatest shame. Apply this. My kingdom for all these menus to be less clunky. You could probably squeak by in this deck with only one Tapu. I do a quick skim on these wonder picks for full art Tapus, speaking of. Ooh, I do need a second full art Serena. Part of me's torn on burning hourglasses for these, though, because I get a sneak peek. Would have missed. All right. Alrighty. Story of my life. Story of my life. Do 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 do. Double 1 stars and still not the I want. Sedge. We bricked out a full art Cynthia earlier today. It was very sad. No other 2 stars. No other 2 stars. See, Andrew heard it was your favorite. Really wish they would have made him playable. A semi-viable wishy-washy deck. There was a wishy-washy deck in the tournament decks roundup today, but I won't tell you that it's semi-viable. That would be lying. All right, we have Banette with first energy advantage here, ready to take this Rockruff and cook it to well done. Passimidian any good? I think Passimidian has potential, but I haven't had time to play with it yet. Someday, gamers, some days. We're gonna do viewer decks for Pocket tomorrow morning, and someone said they were gonna submit a Passimidian deck, so maybe we'll try it tomorrow. Jeff, can you explain why you don't have full art Tapu Leles? Are you one of the pores? I am. This Pocket expansion is actually the least I've ever spent on a Pocket set. I don't think I'm gonna spend any more. It's genuinely too expensive to chase for cosmetics in this game. I say that as someone who has a $25,000 Marvel Snap account. Like, Pokemon Pocket has genuinely the most expensive cosmetics in any digital game I've ever touched. $200 2 stars and $400 crown rares is just obscene. every time I try to watch this guy's channel, he's eating or using the restroom. That's really interesting that you typically watch streamers who aren't humans. I didn't realize AI had come that far yet. What a weird gamer. It's probably fair to say I take slightly more breaks than normal, though. Not really more bathroom breaks, because I don't play ads over the top of gameplay. This person who wants you to put a toilet on your chair, I don't know. The only thing you have to realize about people making comments like that one is they're the type of person who, rather than changing the channel to content they actually want to watch, they show up and be negative in a channel where other people are enjoying something. And you have to be a special type of awful person to want to put that type of negativity out there. There are so many people making so many great things on the internet. I just can't possibly fathom being like, you know what, I'm gonna come over here and be a dickhead rather than just going and finding something I like. It's also kind of funny because I think I'm pretty consistent with how I eat, just for the sake of keeping my calories in specific time ranges. The fact that they're commenting I'm always eating, they're probably someone that just like shows up on lunch break or dinner if they're in the EU. Yeah, they're probably just always tuning in between the same 2-hour window. And they're also the type of person who's not smart enough to like connect the dots on that type of thing, right? Yeah, that's true too. I also literally never chew over the microphone. I guess on the rare occasion I miss it, but almost always I have the mute button whenever there's going to be a chewing noise. We're probably dead here. Dead to Cyrus. And clunky opener for us. Well, wait, they're leaving? Do they not have a Cyrus? They're not dead this turn. My Guzma knocks the cape off and gives me a point, but then I can't clear the other one this turn. Weird. Just Kobe, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. Really appreciate that direct support. Not Too Hidden, thanks for the brand new primer. Good afternoon. There's a ton of great people you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this way this month. Oh, this is the annoying part about having Mewtwo as a finisher. Sometimes we gotta lead on it. And we're both going first, and they have first energy advantage. And they're a Darkrai. Fingers crossed we could find our X speed. Yep, that's what we're looking for. Okay. I don't know that this means we're ahead, but it means that we're not going to have an auto loss, so that's nice. Ooh, the second Darkrai is actually kind of bad for us because it means I can't lock the front one out. And then there's a helmet too. I guess I could knock the helmet off with Guzma. Is YouTube membership better than a Twitch sub? It's identical on my end. I get 70% of whichever one you spend on. So $5 YouTube membership is the same as a $5 Twitch sub. Well, I guess Twitch subs are $6 now, right? Because they pushed them up, which is annoying. They did forget to use Giratina. They're just tactically playing around Tapu Lele gamers. Obviously. Is it worth changing the X speed to a leave? I think the X speed is significantly better in every game where I don't leave Mewtwo. My deck has 7 basic Pokemon in it. And I'm also playing 7 supporters, so the number of hands I'm going to have where Mewtwo is my only basic aren't a lot. So, no, in general, you shouldn't make changes to your deck to play around being unlucky. So I think that's one of the #1 mistakes novice deck builders make. They hit, like, a situation that's going to be fairly uncommon, and then they're like, oh, I need to make a change to my deck to account for this fairly uncommon situation. Now, unfortunately, these Dark Tina decks usually play copies of Leaf, so they are not locked in by Banette here. Banette, in a way, kind of punishes people for the fact that there aren't a lot of copies of Leaf and others in the metagame right now. Yeah, and I think we're just dead at this point. I guess Team Rocket could put him in the ground, potentially. Interesting viewpoint. It's not a viewpoint, gamers. It's just understanding the numbers. Even if I triple heads the Team Rocket Grunt, I'm not sure we can win. This is the problem. Thoroughly cooked. Breathing a sigh of relief every time I lose a game with this deck, just so I'm less likely to have to play against it. Making a bad play, hoping my opponent makes a mistake when I could make a better play to give me lines that don't require my opponent to make a mistake is not a good line. You should only take sequences that hope your opponent make a mistake if you have no other better choices. Oh, hey, I was sad by Tapu Lele. I couldn't deal damage on the first turn, but here's Giratina to make that not be the case. Tapu Lele, for people not familiar, does 20 to any Pokemon on my opponent's side of my choice for each energy attached to it. Shuppet is a wonderful draw here. I am not playing out the second Tapu because we have a wide range of different basics in my deck, so I want the flexibility to be able to... I want the flexibility to be able to play out different range of bench Pokemon. The Mars is a little punishing for holding the basic, but it's right to do so. I have 2 draws to refind this. There's a reason to play any of these out currently. With regional pricing, a YouTube membership is like half of a Twitch sub for me. That's interesting. That's one of the things I really dislike about Twitch as a platform that I've tried to give feedback on, but I'm sure it's just a lot for them to implement, is that I really dislike, or I guess I prefer that YouTube gives more control to the creator over, how much their memberships and stuff cost. I think Mars does 2 turns in a row. It would appear so. All right. I would like to bind you, please. So, they're not just stuck with the Darkrai in the active, they can retreat it out. We guzzed this game yet? We have not. Was in and out of our hand with red cards in Mars, though. If they don't have a Leaf, we have the potential to be in an okay spot, I think. Although I guess they get to build the Darkrai back up now. Or 2 turns off from attacking with it, though. Oh, them pulling Tapu up is tough. I suppose the second Sabrina here means they'll have to draw a Leaf in order to retreat, which is nice. Bachta, thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Do we have any outs here? My opponent only has, my opponent not having Leaf is an out. Which a lot of these builds do, but not all of them. I guess the Darkrai builds enough chip shots. I probably needed the Mewtwo on my bench to have a shot here. Without Mewtwo, we're probably cooked. If I was building Mewtwo towards a big blast, once the Banette dies, we could have a shot. I need to draw a Mewtwo or second Banette this turn. Ideally, we'd hit both. Yes, with Mars and red card, there's less of a chance they have 2 Leaf, is accurate. Ordicordio. I think Mewtwo is too little too late. If I was able to move in a full health Banette here and continue to lock them, I might have had a shot. But they just swap and take this knockout, and then they take another knockout immediately after, yeah? I don't feel comfortable making broad speculation about the state of the current metagame, Icebreaker. I really don't know where things are going to settle until after the second weekend. Yeah, Banette stops Tina ability, Banette stops Stoke. Banette's ability is templated and says just energy from the energy zone can't attach to the active. One of the only ways around it is like Dawn, because it's adding an energy from the board. Vaporeon's a good call out, and that potentially works around it as well, yes. Hold on to my cape for the time being. Yes, Volkner would work through it. Good call out. Attaches from the discard pile, not the energy zone. Do not like this, Rocky Helmet. Do not like it, Sam. I am. Put a cape on here so that way they have to have Berry plus Candy plus Ninja to clear the Tapu Lele. I don't think there's room for a second Mallow in most Serena decks, especially the double stage 2 Serena decks. I think you would typically rather have copies of Lily. I think I'm chilling on this for now. It's close though. Putting this down to a nice clean 80 means that Oricorio here knocks it out if they bury me, which is slick. Small sample size, but I'm currently 0-3 in games getting things with this deck while playing it. Yeah, that sounds right. Opponent missing Metastaple Oricorio here on the bench. Probably the first time playing into it. That water energy is going to go unused or unuseful here. To crack them for 80 now. Does their deck normally play water and psychic energy? Yeah, typically. The builds from the tournaments this past weekend did. I mean, my hand's pretty schmedium, so I think I'll take the redraw here. I'd like a what's it called for here? It'd be nice. Yeah, that guy. I'd like that one. I don't think I'm playing Shuppet out here because I think I want the flexibility to play a Tapu Lele out because I have a second copy of that. Could be good into this Tina at some point. So they can retreat this Froakie, but they can't candy it and attack with it, which is ideal for us. Okay, now I think I'm playing the other Shuppet out because they're going to take this clear with Tina, and then if they don't... Oh, I guess they're going to put the energy on here. I was going to say I could Sabrina this up. Although, if I Team Rocket the Tina and we hit heads, we can Banette to stop it from going again, yeah? Which would be nice. We'll see what they do here. Oh my goodness, they put an energy on Starlax, my sweet summer child. This card's so difficult to play into. We played against Banette the other day for the first time, and I made so many mistakes. It's just such weird play patterns. Now, they could have an X speed, would get us here, but usually the opponent's deck doesn't have room for that. Lima with the Starlax would have been more likely, but they didn't put it up, so I assume that's a no. Some of the opponent's decks run Ilima, but not all of them. Pokemon Center Lady. I mean, that buys you a redraw. Well, the question is, do they have an X speed or a leaf to draw to? Otherwise, you're just bonded forever here. Bound forever? And again, this is not a status condition associated with the active Pokemon that you can evolve out of. It is a global effect. So they're dead to Mewtwo charging up here. Mewtwo's ready to blast for 150. Does the effect stop Misty on the active? It does, yeah. It stops Misty's, it stops Stokes, it stops Giratina from getting energy. Yeah, it is kind of stealth Arbok in a way. Under the right circumstances, it is essentially stealth Arbok. And I think a big part of what's making Banette feel so powerful in these games is I think the play rates of X Speed and Leaf are kind of at an all-time low when you go over like what the top meta decks are playing right now. It's like basically just Dark Tina that has room for them. Yeah, this deck has a lot of very unique lines of play. I'm gonna go Farfetch'd. I'm gonna go Tapu Lele. I'm not sure I want to commit this, because I do have Banette and Mewtwo that I might want these last 2 slots to be, so I think we're chilling for now. I want to play out at least one Tapu, because there's been a lot of Mars in red card. I want to get that out on the bench, but I think we hold back the rest for the time being. Yeah, this is kind of sweet here. Tapu Lele is such a powerful effect. Honestly, I think I don't Team Rocket Grunt here, right? I think it's just swap this, Tapu you for 60, and then next turn we're threatening 80 if they put another energy on it. And honestly, I was going to play another one out, just so we have it. Is Oricoreo's Revenge active if he's in your hand when your Pokemon goes down for a sneaky attack? It will be, yeah, but it has to go down from an attack. It can't go down from like a Tina shot or something like that. A Tina or a Rocky Helmet or whatnot. Oh my goodness, do they not have another basic? They don't have another basic. They are in so much trouble. And honestly, even if they do have another basic, I could Sabrina it up and tap the Giratina while it's in the back line, right? Good night. Thank you, Tapu. Solid punish there for their clunky draw. Her name is Mark Cubone. That's funny. I don't know why it randomly goes to the social hub at the end of the game. Must be bumping something that I'm not realizing. How has Rocket Grunt felt? I don't believe I flipped a single heads with Rocket Grunt yet today. It's insane with Banette if you hit even once, though. Oh gosh, Banette Gaming is not very good into... Nothing we're doing is very good against Leo Lion. So it'll probably be a get run over angle. Ultra 4 feels like the final leg of a marathon, even not starting in beginner. Yeah, it's like 30 to 40% of the games you need to play, even if you're starting in beginner. Okay, so what's the line? If we find a Sabrina and they put their lead energy here, we could drag the Cosmog up. Is always a line. We could also hit heads on Team Rocket Grunt and lock this in for a minute. All right, 2 copies of Sabrina and 11 cards. I think it's this. I think I need to hit heads here. Rats. You want to X speed into Mewtwo? Yeah, it's probably the line at this point. It's gonna take 90 though. I think we just have to hope that they brick on the lion for a little bit. Sabrina could still be game winning next turn. 1 in 5 to have that come up. I think there's a chance Sabrina still does it. Honestly, the fact that Sabrina was still good next turn, I probably should have just researched, yeah. Have the chance to dig deeper. Yeah, I made a mistake perhaps. Yeah, I would have had the Sabrina this turn if I would have, I'd have had the Sabrina if I'd have played the, what's it called, last turn. Now I need to top deck Rocket Grunts and flip heads on it. But we still have it out. Which is kind of neat. I think we would have won this if I'd have had better play. Maybe they won't have Leo and they'll die on the spot. Oh man, that was totally the line. I keep forgetting about the templating on that. Yeah, we could have swapped back to Banette, and then Banette could have locked them out of putting the energy on this. Yeah, that's absolutely, it's probably a game-winning line, honestly. Because they would have had to spend, because they just wouldn't have been able to retreat it, yeah? Well, I guess they could have built up a Leo in the back, but that would have given us time to build up the Mewtwo. I would have had so much time to build up the Mewtwo. Gosh, the lines are so weird with this card. So small sequencing mistake trying to get the Rocket Grunts to happen, and then on that last turn, if I would have, because again, it's not applying the penalty to the active, it's applying it globally to my opponent. So I can clear with the Banette and have it get applied to whatever moving up after the fact. Yeah, not a lot of attacks of a carryover to the next Pokemon. New play pattern to ingrain. thinking of putting Mew in this deck instead of Mewtwo. I think that would be a very big mistake. I think Mewtwo is in this deck to give us a big blast attack to build up to in the games where Banette is generating a stalling effect. And Mew isn't guaranteed to give you a big blast effect. I think the only reasonable alternative to Mewtwo would be a copy of Giratina, but I'm pretty confident Mewtwo is ideal. Incineroar is pretty good against Banette. That being said, if we top deck Rocket Grunts and flip heads, we could get them. Unlucky. Alright, I think the line we're playing for is Grunts next turn, maybe? Even that's not amazing, though. I shouldn't have put the energy on this last turn. I should have put it on the bench one, I think. If I was just gonna... I'm thinking I might just give up this knockout point now. Am I? Yeah, I think I am. I don't think there's a reason to stop them from attaching an energy next turn. Get my crack for 20 in here. So that way if they don't have a basic and they don't have an evolution, we get them. But I assume they have an evolution or a basic. Yep. Am I just putting up Banette and building Mewtwo? No, because Scar Charge Smash clears it in one. This is damage on it. We played a low-end Muck on the first day after the expansion release, and it's pretty bad, as expected. Rocket Grunts! Unlucky. If I Night Bond you, I take 20 back and forth down to 70. They Fire Fang me for 50 down to 20. I don't need the Giant Cape yet. Burn and Poison do stack. So down to 50, and then down to 20. Working on that means we die when we pass. Which probably means lights out. Yeah. Wasn't a whole lot we could do about that one. They had their evolutions quickly, and we didn't find a Team Rocket to be able to get out of it. Alright, I'm having fun with this one, so we're gonna continue to jam it for a little bit. But we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I'll throw it up on the screen while we take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. I got more Pocket coming up here yet this afternoon. I appreciate everybody hanging out here on a Monday. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps the content reach some more people. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Waiting for a Pokemon that lets bench conditions status conditions carry over to the bench. I feel like that would be a weird design. Our Pocket metrics still holding strong. They're good around set releases. After the last set, the metrics kind of fell off about a week and a half to 2 weeks after release. That's pretty typical. These games that release bigger bigger card drops tend to have a jump and then they'll fall off a little bit. So I think as far as my channels are concerned, we'll probably play more Pocket for the first couple of weeks after a set, and then if metrics fall off, we'll focus on Stamp for a little bit, and then it'll come back around when they release new cards again at the start of the month. What would you change with one Lele? Like, you're missing it from your collection? You can just play another utility card, I suppose. Like another Farfetch'd. It's my favorite deck we've played so far today. Probably this one, because Bennett forces you to think about the game in a way that's very different than a lot of other cards in the game, which is something that I enjoy. Nice Mace stun, bro. Nice resub. Appreciate the over 5.5 years. There's a direct correlation I've found between the type of person who wants to come into a channel and ask someone, and what's my correlation is the wrong word. It says a lot about a person who both also cares about a streamer's rank enough that they come in to ask about it, but also isn't bright enough to realize they could use the stream to scroll back and find their rank without asking the question in chat. It says a lot about the average gamer doing that. Going second. We lead on the Shuppet. Do we lead on the Shuppet? Maybe I lead on the Farfetch, actually, against Metal Energy. The most common Metal Energy is, Skarmory lead, and Farfetch is pretty solid into Skarmory lead. Poison Barb. Rude. Do we just Sabrina so I don't get poisoned? I think so. I think it's just Sabrina and then crack this for 40. It's a little aggressive though. Sabrina has a lot of utility in this deck, so it could be wrong to use it like this. Okay, so I go hit you. And they go energy hit me. And then Shuppet clears and this comes up and the Bennett locks it. I want to hide the Bennett for the time being, says Local Man about to be red carded. I'll play the Cape out to make shuffling our hand away look less appealing. Yeah, our Guzma top deck would be insane here, obviously. But even without it, if they don't have a third basic here, we're in a pretty good spot. Because again, Bennett's effect applies globally, so it impacts the next Pokemon that comes up after the fact. So if they don't have another basic, we get to take this knockout with the Bennett, and then the Cosmog can't have an energy on it next turn. So even if they have Rare Candy plus Leo, they're stuck. Or they can't attack. I guess they can teleport out. This energy to attack, but teleporting out also means they need another basic still. And if they don't have a basic this turn, Team Rocket Grunt could lock them in perpetuity. I'm probably supposed to play Tapu out here to play around Sabrina. All right, I know we hadn't flipped any heads on you yet today, Team Rocket, but I'm gonna need you to calm down, okay? I'm gonna need you to calm down. And they're leaving because their Cosmog is locked at this point, meaning they're too far behind. So I was gonna switch back to the Banette, which locks them in, and then they're gonna need to assemble something else behind while the Mewtwo still builds up, which is not possible. This deck is rancid complementary. I understand. No, I agree. This deck is easily the most toxic thing I have played in Pokemon Pocket in a long time. I agree. I expect this deck will pick up some in popularity, even if it's not good, just because gamers enjoy being rude. This deck does what bad players think Red Card and Mars do. It actually locks people out. Alright, if this Team Rocket Grunt strips their energy, the Banette cleans out the Gible. Works 50% of the time. Not this time, unfortunately. Do I need to put an extra cape on here? I don't think so. Yeah, looking for their big Chomperson. Two's not bad. Gives me something to start building up here towards. We'll play this other Shuppet out as well to get him in a bind here. They're going to be 2 turns off a Dragon Claw here still because they can't attach another energy this turn. So I'll get to Leak Slap 2 turns in a row here on the Chomp, which is nice. Lets us build up towards the Mewtwo. We just put the duck up here. Yeah, now we do this, right? Crack him for 80. Dodge a Lily, we can dodge a ball. They're just assuredly playing 2 copies of Lily. I like the concept of this deck, but it runs a lot of basics. Yes, and? Is there a meaningful, reasonable, logical conclusion there, or are you just stating things that are factual? You, like, watched a YouTube video sometime that told you you should play less basics, and you turned your brain off and applied it to every deck you looked at from there on out? David! I do have a Dutch last name. I'm very American, though. My family's been in the States for many generations. Should have played Cape to play around red. I don't think it mattered. I think we're cooked regardless here. I've kind of checked out and should just press the concede button. Well done there, gamers. Well done. Well done. What does Hoagland mean? I believe it's something related to Highlands, if I recall. Am I standing? I am. Yeah, I have a set stand desk, so I split my time streaming about 25% standing, 25% riding my bike, and about 50% regular sitting. No squat stream yet. I only do exercise off streams yet. You don't need to see that. It's not pretty. Yeah, we're explicitly not a sweaty stream. Although I mostly exercise in my buddy's garage, so it's not been a very sweaty endeavor recently. It's gonna change as we get towards summer, I wager, though. Honestly, I think I just knocked this off with Guzma and smacked them for 20. I have 2 researches, but I think I just want to keep my Shuppet healthy. Are you going to try Luxray Aquario? Eventually, I'm going to try everything, gamers. There's just only so many hours in the day. Punish a little for Guzmaying aggressively. That being said, if we find our Bennett here, we lock the Skarmory from being able to attach energy, which is nice. Do I ever Tapu Lele the Cosmog to force them to have the evolution next turn? I'm kind of into that. I don't know if it's right, but I'm into it. And then when they eventually murder Tapu Lele, the Oricorio can one-shot the Skarmory. So punished for Guzmaing early. How do you feel about Gengar this expansion? I think EX Gengar is still incredibly bait. I think Baby Gengar is very reasonable. I posted a video with that one somewhat recently, and it's fine. They're just never beating me without Solgaleo, right? So we just Sabrina and clear with Farfetch'd. Super rewarded for taking the energy arrow line last turn. We're like, we don't have a lot of energy on the board, but also everything attacks for 1, so it's like, sure, why not? Giddy up. Do they have another basic? Do they have another basic? Oh man, our opponent has never read a Pokemon Pocket card in their life before, and maybe they'll consider starting today, but certainly up until this moment, they have never read one prior. Unironically, that's one of the big benefits to playing a deck like this, is between Banette and Psychic Oricorio and other stuff, like, there's so many cards people are going to make play mistakes into just because people aren't remotely playing them, so they're not going to have experience against them. And that's true of me too. It's just like a lot of the way people play card games, myself included, is muscle memory. And the first time you hit a card like Banette that forces you to work against your muscle memory in a bunch of situations it's going to put you in is very difficult to navigate until you've hit it a few times. Nice. We're chilling. This last slot on my bench might want to be an Oricorio, so I'm not going to play the Farfetch'd out proactively. But having a harder time ranking up this month, even in the lower ranks. I can't win consistently. So, kind of going back to what I was talking about a minute ago, about a lot of people playing card games in a way that's mostly muscle memory. Something that I think is really true is, for a lot of people, it's harder to rank up and be competitive in metagames that are more diverse. Because as much as players say they want to play against a wide range of things, it means your muscle memory gets tried and has to have a lot more inside of it, right? Because the number of situations you're going to be in is different from other seasons where there's less things you're going to play against. So, more diverse metagames, and this current metagame is definitely a lot more diverse than we had last season, are more difficult to navigate in general. Man, with the Beedrill EX, I'm just not going to have the ability to Just not getting the ability to build up Mewtwo here is problematic. I think we're in trouble. Because they're going to get to keep building a secondary threat while we try and deal with this first one. All our hard work going into blink. I guess we could hit double heads here. Maybe tempo them a little. Never once. Never once. We've hit heads one time with Team Rocket Crunch today, and we hit 6 of them when we played it. Make it up for all the other tails. Players want to play against a wide range of decks that they could easily beat. That's just big truth. It's the biggest truth I've ever heard. I think we're dead. I think we're dead. All right. I've been playing this deck for about 90 minutes, according to my notes here. I think I'm ready to move on to the next one. It's fun and interesting. I'll try out some of the other things. People on the subreddit are unironically calling this the worst meta. So, something that happens in every live service game I've ever experienced, and Pokemon Pocket is no exception to that, is that these types of games are often called lifestyle games because the way people play them, they allow them to take over their life, and they not only spend a lot of money on them quite frequently, but they also often spend a lot of time on them. And what that does is it creates this relationship where when a player dislikes the game, they feel compelled to keep playing it, not only to keep up with the drip of rewards and get more cards to play, but also because they feel so invested they can't just like take a break. So it creates this very toxic relationship dynamic where players aren't having fun, and rather than admitting they're not having fun and they should just take a break, they blame the game. And the problem is not them, it's that the problem is not that they're addicted. The problem is that the game is not what it's supposed to be. And to its credit, I actually think Pocket, the way it is set up structurally, allows it to be the least punishing and manipulative for people who aren't having fun. Because one of the great things about the way Pocket is structured is to get most of the collection progress, you just need to open 2 packs a day and do a wonder pick on occasion, right? If you're not playing ranked, you're missing less than 10 packs per season. So if you're not having fun with Pokemon Pocket's gameplay, you can fully check out of the gameplay and just do a 60-second collection simulator every day. And then when you eventually get back to a point where you want to try it again, you're not behind because you were still collecting cards during that break. You didn't have to do the gameplay in order to do it. I like that part of the system. I dislike that other games like Snap and Hearthstone and Magic Arena and others, like when players take a break and they come back, even if they have like some returning player gifts, it can be difficult to get back in because you missed a bunch of stuff in the interim. So this deck list was in the new decks roundup today. It had its Solgaleo with Excalibur as its other Pokemon here. And I think Excalibur is really appealing for potentially fixing some of the problems that Solgaleo has. So this card, let's get a better scene here. This card does 30 damage to the active and then also does 20 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So it does 50 for one while having 110 HP, which is a pretty solid rate in general. But more specifically, it lets you soften up higher HP targets to allow Solgaleo to, when it's ready to come to the front, get 2 knockouts and 2 hits with its 120 pointer. And this piking the opponent's bench Pokemon works very well with our 2 copies of Cyrus in here as well. So let's hop on into some games with this and see how it goes. Look at this little butthead. I mean headbutt. I'm Rocky helmeting here, mostly because there's been so many Mars and red card on the ladder today. It'll probably get us a nominal onto value, but I'd like to just hedge it. If we hit Cosmog next turn, we're in a pretty good spot. The Excalibur and Solgaleo here. Ooh, they gave me an Excalibur target on the bench. Nice. And this only needs 1 energy to attack, so I get to go ahead and put this on here. So we even have the flexibility to jump this in next turn if we want to. If they don't have an Ilima or a Leaf here, they're in a lot of trouble. All right. There's the Ilima. There's a rare candy. Yep. Opponent and I both having really strong openers here. And leap up to the front here, and there are Arceus here is only on 1 energy, so you get to rise up. Take our first point. Let's hit this for 120, and then even if they somehow have a way to jump up and clear this, we have Excalibur waiting in the wings to clean it out. There's been a lot of people asking for suggestions on decks that can make your ladder climb easier. If you watch today's new decks video all the way through to the end, I give my secret ladder tip that other streamers don't want you to know about climbing the ladder. So you gotta make sure you watch it all the way till the end, and like the last 30 or 40 seconds, I throw it in there for you. I'll make sure you check that out. It's not just be lucky. It's not at all. It's genuinely good advice. Okay, and even if they retreat this, if they don't have Ilima, the Excalibur runs it down, yep. dead on board. The old Pike for the win. Yeah, Skeletor's sweet, and one of its biggest downsides is its high retreat cost, so you get to mitigate that with Solgaleo being able to rise up. First game felt real clean. All right, we're going second. We've got Cosmog and Candy. That is a annoying bird. We're looking to draw a Headbutt for next turn. That would be a very good draw against not Big Bird. Unfortunate. I mean, unironically, I'm doing this and just stiffening, right? You deal nothing! You lose! Good day, sir. Assuredly, we find a Pokeball or a Butthead soon, yes. All right, 2 Pokeball, 1 Pokeball, 2 Butthead, 7 cards. They found their Magnemite before we found our Butthead, right? So I'm just gonna take a mulligan.
tried Crobat Carnivine? I have not played any games with that yet, no. We're going second. We've got Leo Lion and Candy. Looking for a big bug and a little bug here. There's a little bug. Big bug. Nice, nice. Jump around, jump around. Do 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 do. Pew 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 pew. Ooh, we haven't played against Lucario Rampardos in a minute. Most of the Rampardos decks we've run into are playing other things. Do I Excalibur here, or do I just hit them with the Solgaleo? If I hit them with the Solgaleo, they're going to hit me with the Rampardos, but then I clear it back. And the fact that I need 3 knockouts here, I think means I want to Excalibur. I think is the plan. I'm going to go ahead and Rare Candy just to play around Mars and Red Card. It gives up a little bit of information, but I think it's the correct play. I'm not going to Giant Cape just yet. I want to put some damage on this, so this way if I top deck one of my 2 copies of Cyrus, I can drag it up and clear it. Would cut off my opponent's line to victory. So if they have second Lucario here, this deals 80 next turn. It deals 80 next turn, so I think I'm gonna play around second Lucario. I'm gonna go ahead and cape this. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put 20 more points into here, so that way Cyrus at any point lets Solgaleo clear this. I'm gonna go ahead and take this knockout and do 20 here, which means if they put this up, this Excalibur clears this one out after it clears this, and then Solgaleo is hanging out ready to finish up. That's the classic. I forgot to attach the energy to the one that was attacking, but I think they were cooked either way. We're going to take a point here, and then Solgaleo cleans up. Sweet game for Excalibur there, putting pressure on things on the bench so we could have them ready to go down in 1. Yeah, if you open the booster pack and click offering rates, it'll show you the odds for each of the slots in the pack. Yeah, we're going to be playing all Pocket today until we wrap up with a sponsored segment for an async auto battler drafting game called Confronto. That's new on Steam. I think it's technically an early access. It releases it releases for everyone on the 7th, if I remember what my doc says. Let me double check that. I should know that offhand. Yes, releases on the 7th. We're going to check it out today, and we'll check it out again after it releases. Okay, Oricorio, but we have a headbutt to start. We just need to find the big bug. And even getting our 10-pointer here is solid, because it does 10, putting this to 60, and then we do 30-30, which is nice. And the taps for 20 back here let Solgaleo clear Magnezone in one, which is awesome. I am super excited for both the Marvel Snap cards releasing tomorrow with the new season. However, I'm a little annoyed that they did what they did at the start of last season, which is they're releasing 2 cards simultaneously that both lose to the same tech card. I really wish they would diversify what counterplay options are ideal against the cards they release at the same time. Both the new card releases tomorrow for Marvel Snap are bad against Mobius. I'm gonna hold on to this in case they Iono us. Keep slightly more cards in hand, but I definitely want both my Excaliburs long term in this matchup. They did that the previous season of Marvel Snap 2. They released 2 cards at the start of the season that were both bad against, what's it called? They were both bad against, Enchantress. Yeah, Enchantress. They were both ongoing cards. To pike this. I think I piked the Magneton, because like I said, I want to get this down to 120, so that way when Solgaleo is here, I can clean it in 1. I tried Snap. It is too predatory for free-to-play players like me. I think the number one thing that makes me roll my eyes about players when they say the word predatory is they don't actually know what the word predatory means. They're just parroting something they heard on the internet that they think makes them sound smart. So I would actually make the argument that Marvel Snap is far less predatory than Pokemon Pocket and more free-to-play friendly. I think is definitely true. And it's fine if you don't enjoy it or you didn't understand the economy. But the idea that Marvel Snap is like somehow more predatory than what Pocket does is very nonsensical. I think Marvel Snap's economy was better than Pocket's before they reworked the economy, and they just reworked the economy and made it significantly better than it already was. So the Magnezone is gone, but the problem here is I'm gonna need another Excalibur to really make inroads here. Am I playing the other Cosmog out? I think a Mars or a red card is more likely than a second Iono out of them, so I'm gonna play the other Cosmog at this point. Yeah, and to give a TLDR of like what's good about the new Snap economy, just anyone who's never even played it can understand this. They reduced the number of currencies in the game. They full deleted one of the currencies and simplified the economy. And they made the option for players to skip loot boxes altogether and just buy only the card that they want cleanly. It's a dramatically good improvement. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm just gonna switch install. Just waiting for the other bug. Maybe I'm supposed to put an energy on the Kara Blast. That way if I draw the Excalibur next turn, we can go energy here and retreat into it probably. Ancient Archdemon, thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. Giovanni. Wow, that's brutal. There's our gamers. Is there any point in Cyrusing here? I don't think so. I think I just want to hit this one as much as possible, yeah. I should have put the cape on. And then I think they're dead from here, right? This card looking real good into Oricorio here. $110 HP. It's no joke. Still dead to Cyrus Gamer. Oh, they're just dead on board. I don't even need Cyrus. Got to rise up. We'll let the Golden God do it, obviously. Do you have a video on changes you'd recommend for returning player to stop playing, or when the pocket came out mainly due to the economy? So the main thing to know is you basically just get a bunch of tokens now. There's no more spotlight keys. And they added what they call a snap pack, where you can get a random card plus some extras at a discount, but you can also just buy exactly the cards you want with tokens. You get lots of tokens now. You get like more than one Series 5 card per week with tokens. Yeah, unironically, this Excalibur build feels significantly better than the Skarmory builds. I was pretty whelmed by Skarmory with Solgaleo. Let's pull the deck list up on screen. We take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. And we'll be back with more of this in a couple of minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out here on a Monday afternoon. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the over 600 folks that have done that already today. I 0% expect the pocket economy will ever change. This game makes a giant pile of money. It's a lot of work to restructure your economy. Will you ever go back to playing Magic the Gathering? Nope, Magic the Gathering doesn't make a game that I enjoy anymore. The beginning of the end of Magic the Gathering for me was Modern Horizons. Do you have data on hand that says how fast you get a meta deck and snap starting from a fresh account? No. They're supposed to be adding more bundles and stuff that'll make getting groups of meta cards better, but that hasn't happened yet. Was Modern Horizons before or after Fire Design? I believe it's after Fire Design. How do you feel about all the collabs now, like SpongeBob? A take that I think a lot of people in the Magic community might feel is a hot one is I actually don't think the Magic IP has been that interesting or flavorful since they added Planeswalkers to the game. So I actually really couldn't give two flying flips about whether or not I'm playing with a SpongeBob or a Spider-Man or a Jace the Planeswalker. I only ever played Magic the Gathering because of the game pieces and the mechanics of the game being good. Lotus, thank you for re-upping that Prime for the second month. So, I really don't care about the Universes Beyond stuff for Magic. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. I think it's a disaster in terms of communication that they don't have the digital rights for the Marvel cards they're releasing, but I really couldn't care what art was on the game pieces in general. Oh, should we flare the Excaliburs? You're right. This deck has been good enough that we should flare the Excaliburs. I'm pretty sure I have enough to do that. Oh, I heard they killed Pioneer in paper. Is that true? They finally got it on Magic Arena and then they took it out to the woodshed in paper. Jordy Shorty, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. I appreciate that. Welcome back. That's just like peak Wizards of the Coast decision making if I ever heard it. We've been working to do this thing for literally a decade, and then by the time we accomplish it, it's no longer relevant. It's a unique flare I haven't seen before. I think we'll take 2 of those. Oh, God, all the menus in this game are so laggy. What's his baby called? Is it Kara? The K-A-R? Yeah, 2 R's. It is Kara. I just forgot the second R. Ooh, I love the circles, chat. They're my favorite. Do you have plays with all the decks you built? I did a bunch of roundups on the YouTube channel over the weekend. But no, there's no tools that integrate with this game that automatically log the things I'm playing, like Marvel Snap. Did I flare my Cosmogs? I forget if we did. I think I did. Oh, I haven't! Oh, how did I not flare these yet? Ooh, the unique yellow circle again, but it's hard for me to pass up circles. What's the middle one called, chat? I'm gonna flare everything here because I'm having fun. What's the angsty teenage Cosmog called? Cosmiome. Okay. Oh, by the way, we have more people here, so I'm gonna repeat what we talked about earlier because it's relevant to this industry. Donald Trump last night, in one of his fits of baby rage, decided to announce that he's tariffing non-American movies coming into the country. Which tariffing a service is new space, and tariffing a movie is definitely only one step removed from tariffing digital goods in games that I enjoy. So, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if, we end up with tariffed Pokegold and tariff. Yeah, not a small one either. 100% tariff on foreign movies. How will the logistics on tariffing a service work? I don't know. He probably doesn't either. But all I'm going to say is the pixels coming from outside of the United States, which is most of the pixels I enjoy, feel like they're in danger at the moment. My poor pixels, gamers. By by this time next year, you're gonna like think about an anime character, and a collection agent's gonna ring your doorbell and be like, we don't do that. We don't do that here. If you're just joining us, yeah, we're about half hour into this deck, and I'm having a good time. To set a low bar, I like Excalibur more than I liked Skarmory in this build. Speak of the devil. Although, we might be in a little bit of trouble in a Pseudo-Mirror if they have a good fast start with Skarmory, and we do not have a fast Solgaleo start. Seems like, with the latest set, you are open to playing less basics than previously. I'm not sure how much you've been keeping up on Pokemon Pocket, Zapdos Melee, but the average number of basics has decreased in these games since the addition of Giant Cape. So there's a lot more effects that give you sustain. And that's not to say that you never get punished, obviously, because like this is a type of game where we're very clearly about to get punished for having a low basic count, but it's definitely not a new set thing that we're playing fewer basics than previous. Clunky hand, but we did at least hit Cosmog here. And the whole tariffing movies thing really goes to show, like, how much his idea of trade deficits and other things are all nonsense, because, like, movies and services are actually one of the few things the U.S. exports more of than we import. Like, I think I saw the stat for, like, the last number of years. It was, like, it's, like, 25% of movie income. It was, like, 22 million versus, like, 7-ish million. Or billion. I forget. It was probably a B. It was probably a B and not an M. So it's like, it's not even the nonsense of like balancing whatever just isn't really there. Not that even has merit to begin with, because like evening a trade deficit is like nonsense with tariffs, but even under that previous line of thinking, it doesn't line up here. I think we're dead here. I go next. No, Zapdos, if you go back and look at most of my decks for the last 2 seasons, a lot of them were 4 to 5. Isn't it technically not within the president's power to set tariffs? So my understanding is the budget resolution, or whatever it's called, I probably have the wrong term there, that passed the House and then Schumer caved on blocking in the Senate, gave Trump explicit power to levy tariffs. But typically, yes. The power of the purse is supposed to be in Congress, but my understanding of what has occurred is that. And also there's the whole problem of the Trump administration does something illegal, Supreme Court even says it's illegal, and Trump says, well, who's gonna stop me? And then the answer is no one. That's the crux of a lot of the problems. You're not supposed to do that, make me stop. Well, I guess we can't. Got me. Crabrawler Palkia. All right. I would like my favorite Headbutt Dork, please. Nice. Okay, so we go Headbutt Dork. This Rocky Hat, jump out. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Then we're just waiting on a Leoline to come off the top. I wish the interfaces in this game would move more towards not making you click when there's only one choice. Like when I teleport, there's only one Pokemon on my bench. It should just swap them and not make me tap the screen again. Have you worked on anything with the new Fighting Monkey yet? I have not. There's been so many. He's on my list. I think that card has a ton of potential, but I have not had time to check it out yet. And I think I'm putting this on the bench. It's so close, though. Holding the extra one makes my Iono better, potentially. But I also, if we hit the Leolion, I want to evolve a full health one, I think. The Sabrina there feels a little strange overall, because they still need, maybe they have a Cyrus or something to follow it up, but the striking still needs 2 hits on this, whether it's 40 and 80 or 280s, so I think I'm pretty happy with the outcome here, especially given we drew the second Cosmog. Now, spreading out damage here with the Excalibur is not stellar against my opponent having a copy of Irida. Something to call out. There's Malayan. There's Malayan. I'm gonna sit on it. I want it to be a surprise. I can get punished by a Mars or a red card, obviously, but I think we chill. If we don't get these taken away and we top deck Cyrus, I think we win the game. I think the Irida puts it away for them. I'm gonna go to 170, and then the Palkia puts me to 20, and then, like, even if I find a cape, I think we're too far gone. My gut says Araquand is not good, Tindera. But it's also, like, interesting enough with its supporter that I want to play it at some point. I've not played with Turtonator, but there were 2 different Turtonator decks in the new decks roundup this morning that I think both have a lot of promise. Yeah, GG opponent. Classic bunch of extra game actions. Finally play the lethal card. Thanks for up in the primer. Appreciate it. This set is very much not like the last one. I feel like after Shining Revelry dropped, like, we were the Monday after set release, and it was like, yep, we know everything that's bad. We know what's good. It's Giratina. And we know most of the rest of it is bad. This set release is actually a good set release for the first time in a little bit. And there's a lot to be exploring still. For anybody on the Twitch side, if you're playing the drinking game, I lost a game and someone suggested I add a card to my deck that would have helped me win the game that I lost. Fine, I'll start day drinking. Time to leap out. You should make bingo cards, yep. Have you considered adding Shang-Chi? The card games change, but the way card gamers react around them remains eternally the same. No candy, no. Ooh, that seems real bad for them. I mean, we find a Leo line and this game ends really fast. Am I supposed to jump him in? I think the answer is no. I think I'm really far ahead, and I think the answer to the question, how do I lose this game, is Candy Rampardos. And I think I want to set myself up to just never be dead to Candy Rampardos. I think the way we do that is by piking down this fossil. I don't think there's any reason to get overly aggressive here. I think the only way we really lose here is if I get too aggressive. Alright, and they need Candy Garchomp or we're done here. Even if they have Candy Chomp, we're still pretty far ahead. Alright. Not surprised to see them go after Solgaleo here. If I jump Lion up, we lose it to a copy of Red. I think that's still the line. Because they'll need Red plus healing, yeah? I think forcing them to have like Red plus a keep there is good. I think it's extra funny to hear someone stumble in after the fact. It's funny, too, because that commentary about politics that we were having actually just directly relates to the game that we're playing, potentially. And then we also had basically moved on, and then they came in and complained to bring it back up after the fact. Is really, really amusing. Definitely not a good culture fit. Maybe I need to give them the dark side and start using a Solgaleo deck. I mean, for reference, if you missed the meta report yesterday, Solgaleo decks are not the top of the metagame. And anecdotally, playing a bunch of matches on the ladder today, it's not been popular for me. I think Solgaleo is solidly in good guy territory currently. We typically speaking don't play top meta decks on this channel. The set is so much better than the last one. Unironically, Shining Revelry is the worst set that's released in Pocket's brief history, I think. What is the best deck right now if it's not Solgaleo? You should go check out the meta report, where I give you a data-driven breakdown of the best performing things in Pokemon Pocket right now. We're dead to Rare Candy and Incineroar, but if we just say you got it, you got it. I could cape to not be dead to Rare Candy and Incineroar this turn, but I'm not beating it in the long term, so we're just gonna hope they brick for a turn. This matchup might see why Solgaleo isn't completely number one. I mean, that's not true. If we'd have also had our Rare Candy and our Basic, we'd have won that game, right? So that game 100% came down to just who had their thing. They had theirs and we didn't. It's going to happen in any matchup. It doesn't really have to do with the typing advantage. Is Rare Candy as cool as it looked? Rare Candy has been an appropriate amount of power creep for Stage 2s, given that they power crept basic Pokemon as hard as they did in the last few expansions. So when Pocket first released, I was a pretty big proponent of keep Rare Candy as far away from this game as possible. But as they've ramped up the stats on all of the basics, Rare Candy's been a pretty necessary tool. It's been a good addition to the game to allow more things to be competitive, in my opinion. The Poison Barb is kind of scary here. It makes it harder for my Excalibur to clear through the Oricorio. Flying Rice, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think the meta will come down to who gets their Rare Candy combo first. Nope, the Rare Candy decks weren't even the best performing decks this first weekend. Will the meta just be who gets Rare Candy first? You smell that? That's Reddit hive mind brain rot. Just gonna throw this here for now, I think. I try not to smell gamer. It's a good policy, honestly. My soon-to-be 10-year-old had like 4 friends sleep over for his birthday on Saturday night. And I like walked out of my office after my office is in the basement bedroom. And I like walked out of my office after they'd been in the basement for like 3 or 4 hours. Just like the smell of feet and child was like, oh God, I have to Febreze this entire space. The gym locker set, yep. I do not have another basic in my deck, and the opponent's deck often plays Iono, so I think I chill on the Pokeball for now. This might be too cute. But I think I'm going to not show them this, and I'm just gonna let this go down. And then their Oricorio will go to 30 from the Rocky Helmet, and then Excalibur will clear it. I have another Oricorio, though. Yeah, this might be wrong. I think it took us too long to find Excalibur this game. Probably shot. Yeah, gross. With the poison barb, especially here. Cooked. There are 2 copies of Cyrus in my deck. Yes. I'm gonna pike you. I'm gonna pike you. I'm gonna have Solgaleo clear both of them. It's not a good chance, but there is a chance. Narrator, and we're done. Opponent played that well, but good draw for them and bad for us as well. That's not a terrible run through ranked for the day. We played all new decks that were varying degrees of good, bad, and otherwise. And we started just outside of Ultra 4. I think we were like 7 points off, but we got through like a third of it or so. I definitely liked Excalibur more than Skarmory. I think it played out in practice just as much as the Theorycraft was. When I looked at this deck list, I was like, oh, that's clever. The ability to soften up things so Solgaleo can grab them with Cyrus or just clear through them in 2 shots organically feels real good. Solgaleo hits for 120 really quickly, but any game where you don't play it ASAP, that 120 damage comes up a little bit short, so being able to soften up your targets a little bit in the slightly longer games feels good. We also managed to beat the Oricorio matchup at least once when we had the double Excalibur. We just took us too long to find it in that last game that we were playing, I think. All right, for the last hour of the stream today, we are going to try something new on stream. I would like to give a shout out to Confronto for sponsoring our stream this week. They are an indie game that's available on Steam. You can check them out using my link. Whoop. They're gonna have a fancy new economic model where you buy the game for one price and you get everything, I'm told. So we are checking it out a little bit early. It doesn't release until Wednesday, but I've got a key today. We're gonna play it for the last hour of the stream today. Wait, that's possible? Imagine getting an entire game. Paying money and getting an entire game. Don't tell capitalism. They won't like it. The soundtrack music's a bit of a bop here. If you want to hang out for some Confronto, the YouTube stream is only for Pocket stuff, so we're going to be streaming on the Twitch side. You can check this out on my Twitch link there.